You have like 45 minutes until you already have your presentation, yes, which is here. And after that, we have a Q&A session. You want us to ask the question one by one, or you want to collect it, or
I will talk to you.
ah, diving dive, diving deep into marriage from an Islamic perspective. As you know, nowadays, in Western society, getting married is a challenge for Muslim youth, especially because of the peer pressure in dating culture, abundance of information about marriage in social media that can be misleading. So, as a Muslim, it's beneficial for us as the younger generation to know Islamic perspective about this topic. So today we're going to have a talk with three different big imam and ustad from United Kingdom and also from Indonesia. But before jumping to the main event, before jumping to the talk, we will listen to the Quran recital from Faiz Adiawan, software engineer apprentice in Raytheon. So please welcome Mas Faiz Adiawan. Okay.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا. People, be mindful of your Lord, who created you from a single soul, and from it created its mate, and from the pair of them spread countless men and women far and wide. Be mindful of God, in whose name you make requests of one another. Beware of severing the ties of kinship. God is always watching you. And Ar-Rum, ayat 21. وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَ لَكُم مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُم مَّوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَآيَةً لِقَوْمٍ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. Another of his signs is that he created spouses from among yourselves for you to live within tranquility. He ordained love and kindness between you. There truly are signs in this for those who reflect. Sadaqallahu al-Azim.
Subhanallah, that was a beautiful Quran recital. And now, one more. It's an Indonesian event, so we always have an opening remarks. So we will have opening remarks from Budia Mustikaning Pita Pramesti as the supervisor of Kibar Youth. So please, Budia, please come forward. Oh, okay. It changed to Mbak Kamala from Kibar Youth. Okay. So sorry about that.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. All praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hopefully mercy and bless to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. So ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, and our respectable guest speaker for today. So thank you for joining our today's event. So our event for today entitled Finding Half of Your Deen. Hopefully from the Kibar Youth, we would like to prepare especially the youth who are going to face the marriage, that hopefully it can gain more knowledge, as marriage is a very big thing in our life. So it is a lifetime journey, a lifetime ibadah. So there must be a very great preparation, as a hadith by Ahmad said that man arada dunya falaihi bil ilmi, man arada akhirah falaihi bil ilmi, man aradahuma falaihi bil ilmi. So for those who would like to seek for happiness in the dunya, so you must have knowledge. So if you want to seek for happiness for akhirah, so you must have knowledge. And for those who want to be happy both of dunya and akhirah, so you must have knowledge. So knowledge is the foundation of everything. So that's why hopefully our event can make us get as much as knowledge, especially for preparing our lifetime ibadah, it is marriage. So as the committee, we would like to say thanks for your joining our today's event, and hopefully you can gain as much as knowledge, and apologize if is there any kind of limitations or anything that improper thing that we have for today's event. So thank you very much, and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mbak Kamala. Anyway, her name is Kamala Putri Ayunda. She's a Master of Science in Accounting, Governance, and Financial Management at the University of Sheffield. Is that right? Yeah, I guess that's right. So, okay, I know you've been waiting for the talk. We already have the opening session, so we will jump right away to the first talk by Imam Ajmal Masroor. Wait a minute, sorry. Okay, I will give you a short profile of him. He is an imam, broadcaster, and politician. He is well known from being a television presenter on political discussion and Muslim channels, such as on Channel S and Channel 4 called Syriac TV. He studied BA Politics and Arabic at SOAS, then continued Master at Birkbeck College in Islamic Studies. Imam Ajmal Masroor, primarily an educator, specialized in relationship counseling. He has been involved in the many Muslim council in Britain with various capacity. He also, and lately, he has a book. He's been an author of a book called 10 Steps to Getting and Staying Married. You can see the book is over there. Yeah. And now we remind you, he will talk for us for 45 minutes, and we will collect question and answer on bit.ly/Q&A-marriage-seminar. So please, if you have any question, we're not going to have a chance to raise everyone's hands up, but we will collect that through that slideshow. So please welcome Imam Ajmal Masroor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. My dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I hope you're not working too hard, as they say. We always begin our programs and our conversations by praising Allah, thanking Him, and being grateful for the life that He has given us. You know, ladies and gentlemen, you woke up this morning, and the fact that you woke up this morning is in itself a great sign that Allah's mercy and Allah's ni'mah is not only befalling you, but it is absolutely enveloping you on a daily basis. So we thank Allah for the ni'mah that He's given by saying Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Praise and thanks to Allah for the life that He's given. We send our salutations and our peace and blessings to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions and his family. And we also ask Allah to bring us all together in this world as united for one purpose only, and that is to please Him. Today you are here to learn about marriage. How many of you are married already? Oh my Lord, it's very minorities. 4 or 5 of us. That is not good. But that's good actually, because if you're married, then obviously it really doesn't apply. But it's always a good idea to check on your marriage without telling your wife or your husband that you better check. Otherwise you could be in trouble. So the first thing I want you all to do you all have a pen and paper or a phone on you? You got your phone? Okay. Take out a page where you can write something, and I'm going to ask you a set of questions. This is the question that I always ask. This question is, are you ready to get married? So if you go up on this particular slide, you will find, go further up. There you go. Now go up a bit and put the screen, go further up, No, sorry, come on, give me that. I may have to manage this. Could you bring it closer to me? All right, possible. So I can manage that and I can give you the tea.
Oh,
And if you turn it behind
Sure.
you, okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have a set of questions that I'm going to ask you. And you have to write agree or disagree based on what you feel most appropriate. Okay, so the first question is, I am emotionally stable. Write on your answer, agree or disagree. This is a good exercise to have. The second one, I can articulate how I feel. Agree or disagree. Third one, I can communicate my thoughts to people clearly and openly. Agree or disagree. That's the only choice you have. No in between. Number 4, I'm happy to be in my own company. Agree or disagree. The next one, I enjoy spending time with others. The next one, I know what makes me happy. And the one after that, I know that love is hard work. I know love is hard work. Agree or disagree? Next question, I know what I can offer to my partner. I know what I can offer to my partner. Next question, I have done what I wanted to do in life as a single person. Agree or disagree? Don't just look at me, answer. It's not going to take you anywhere, it's looking at me. I have done what I wanted to do in life as a single person. Next one, I can solve problems completely and with sensitivity. And for those of you who are taking pictures of this particular questionnaire, you still have to answer it. I can make independent decisions. I'm able to compromise. Agree or disagree? Next one, I can negotiate well with others to find a mutually satisfactory solution. Next one, I understand the concept of independence. Next one, I understand the concept of belonging. Next one, I know what is really important to me. Agree or disagree? One after that is, I know how to deal with my negative emotions. One after that, I understand what areas of my life I need to work on or improve. I am financially stable and secure. Those are the questions I want you to answer. Agree or disagree, that's it, nothing else. There is no essays. Simple, agree, disagree. All right, are you done? Now I want you to count how many agrees you have and how many disagrees you have. How many agree and how many disagree? Count them for me, please. Okay, are you done? Don't worry about their technical work. They're going to be, inshallah, providing us all the support that we need. I want you to count how many agrees and how many disagrees you have. So, here is the result. Put your hand up if you have fewer than 7 statements that says you agree. Fewer than 7, which says I agree. Fewer than 7, which says I agree. Okay. If you put your hand up, for those of you who said, I agree, Anything between 7 to 14. Put your hands up, 7 to 14. Okay, only 2. And for those of you who have written agree, 14 and over, put your hands up. Okay. And those of you who didn't put your hand up, it means you're not really doing anything. It's okay, don't worry. It's fine. We'll discount you completely. For those of you who said, I agree below 7, you're not ready to get married at all. For those of you who said 7 to 14, you're on your way to getting married, a bit of training would do the job. For those of you who said 14 more, you are definitely ready to get married. Enjoy your life as soon as possible. I don't know why I'm doing the talk. You should all go home. Huh? Yes, of course. For some of us who are married already, we already got married. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a rough test. This is an icebreaker, getting you to start thinking. Things that you would learn from this particular questionnaire is simple things in life. If you don't know how to manage simple things in life, marriage becomes a problem. If you overcomplicate marriage in your head, it becomes a problem. If you philosophize marriage in your head, it's a big problem. If you make marriage a hard work, a slog, or a death sentence, as some people say to me, then marriage is not going to be bringing you happiness. Marriage is supposed to be something very simple. Why do I say that? Now I know you're thinking, oh, he's making it too easy. Let's bring this laptop right next to me so I can look at this screen properly. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I was to take you to the next level of discussions, which is to do a definition of marriage, if you want to understand marriage clearly, there are various definitions of marriage. I have given a few here in this particular slide. Marriage in Islam is a social contract between two consenting adults, male and female, to work together as partners in pursuit of mutual happiness and satisfaction. That's a definition I gave. Marriage in Islam is a social contract between two people, two consenting adults, a male and a female, to work together as partners in pursuit of mutual happiness and satisfaction. Somebody called Harville Hendricks, who is a very well-known American psychologist and expert on marriage, he said something interesting. He said, marriage is not a static state between two unchanging people. Marriage is a psychological and spiritual journey that begins in the ecstasy of attraction, meanders through a rocky stretch of self-discovery, and culminates in the creation of intimate, joyful, lifelong union. Very beautiful, actually. Marriage is not a static state between two unchanging people. Marriage is a psychological and spiritual journey that begins in the ecstasy of attraction, meanders through a rocky stretch of self-discovery, and culminates in the creation of an intimate, joyful, lifelong union. Marriage is a dynamic thing, in other words. Marriage is not a stale, boring institute. It is a dynamic partnership. There are several other definitions I have put up. Mustafa al-Zarqa, he wrote in his book, marriage in family is a social contract between two consenting adults, male and female, to work together as partners in pursuit of mutual happiness and satisfaction to establish a family. So he outlines the purpose of marriage as establishing a family. And then I wrote again, marriage is a journey of two imperfect people, not a lonely path, with a loving, kind and supporting companion to create safe and healthy space for the couple and their families to grow emotionally, spiritually and physically. That will be blessed by Allah with love and mercy. This is the verse of the Quran that young man recited, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَ لَكُم مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُم مَّوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَآيَاتٍ لِقَوْمٍ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. This is the meaning of that verse in more added words. So, ladies and gentlemen, definition of marriage. When you look at marriage, marriage is simply a partnership between two people, two equals. Now, man and woman are not unequal in the eyes of Allah when it comes to marriage. In the eyes of Allah, they're Allah's creation, created for the same purpose. And therefore, they're Allah's created partners. When you look at your partner in marriage, and if you can't look at the opposite gender as an equal partner to you in life, then you're not ready for marriage. What do I mean by equal partner to you in life? I don't mean equal in weight, equal in height, equal in strength, equal in your confidence and personality. That's not what equality is. That's identical characteristics or identical personalities. We're not talking about two identical human beings, because that's boring. Equality in status means you have to treat your partner, your potential partner, with same degree of respect and honor that you like. When I look at my wife, I don't look at my wife as a female, inferior gender to a male species. I don't. I look at my wife as a human being, like me. So if you can't have that mindset that I'm going to respect my partner as an equal human being, worthy of same respect, worthy of same honor, worthy of same acceptance as me, it's a problem. So that's what Allah means by creating a partnership between two people. So the first and the foremost test for you is, am I able to accept my partner as my equal? It's difficult because some of us have grown up in societies where it's predominantly male dominated at the expense of females' rights and honor and dignity. In some areas, we have grown up in female-dominated households where male have been denied their right, honor, and dignity. Both of those extremes are a problem. What Islam provides is equilibrium between the two. Equity, it's called qist in Arabic word. Qist is the balance, mizan as Allah describes in the Quran, balance between the two. Male and a female are different, yes. They're different, definitely. But the status in the eyes of Allah is the same. Do you understand what I mean by this? Honor, dignity, respect, the same way. Oh, you're a woman, what do you know? That's a misogynist statement. Because you are a woman, what do you know? Are you saying all women don't know anything? That kind of statement indicates that you don't have any respect and honor for the opposite gender. So partnership must be understood like that. Secondly, the verse of the Quran that defines partnership is the verse where Allah says, Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. They're your garment and you're their garment. What does a garment really mean, ladies and gentlemen? Just want you to think about it for a second. What is a garment? What's my jacket made of? What's your shirt made of? Threads. Each and every thread doesn't make a garment. One thread on its own is not a garment. There is a musalla on my, I'm gonna tear a thread. There is a thread on my hand, as you can see. This thread on its own is not a garment. But thousands and thousands of threads weaved together, pulled together, cut to shape and size, stitched, makes a garment. And when you put the garment on, the garment protects you, covers you, provides you warmth, covers you from the world outside, keeps your privacy and confidentiality, makes you look good, enables you to feel good about yourself. That's garment. Allah uses the analogy of a garment in describing marriage, the partnership. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. The garment Allah is talking about, the thread Allah is talking about, the man and the woman, they weave into each other's lives. They get pulled together, so that pulled together they become stronger as partners. Then they are shaped together. And once they're shaped together, when you put it together as a partnership, You befit one another in the most amazing way possible. You complement one another. You hide the other from what they see. When you are married, garment indicates a very strong, powerful intimacy between man and woman. My shirt is the closest thing to my skin. Nobody else on this earth is as close to my skin as my shirt. It knows everything about me. My smell, the texture of my skin, the ups and downs, the things that the world should not see. My shirt, my trousers, my garment gets to experience all of that. Whether it likes it or not, it gets to experience it. Partnership in marriage is exactly like that. You get to experience your partner's good, bad, and the ugly side. Things that you may like, you may not like. Things that you want to hide, but your partner gets to see. I remember a sister and a brother who came to my office for marriage counseling. And the brother said, I've never ever seen my wife without makeup on. I said, how is that possible? He goes, she goes to sleep after me and she wakes up before me. And when she wakes up before me, she goes and comes back with makeup on already. I've never seen her without it. And I said to the sister, how do you survive in this kind of a regimental way? She said, I don't want him to see my imperfection. Well, why are you married? Why are you married if you don't want your partners to see you for who you are? So the concept of marriage first is, can you respect and give equal honor and status to your partner? That's the first question. Secondly, do you understand the partnership is like a garment, complementary, beautifying, protective, intimate? There is nothing you don't know about your partner. If you can cope with all that, you're getting ready to get married. If you are apprehensive, constantly anxious, constantly worried about how you look, what people will say, what people may not say, then there's a problem. Are you trying to protect your camera from the sun? No problem. I was wondering what they were doing behind me. Alhamdulillah. Finally done it. Musalla has a different purpose, alhamdulillah. Vertical screen. Okay. So, in order to get ready for marriage, ladies and gentlemen, we need to understand the spirit of marriage as it comes. Spirit of marriage, I've defined to you already with a garment metaphor. A garment is a metaphor used in the Quran to describe the partnership. It redresses the gender disequilibrium and disease that we see in our society. It challenges misogyny, avoids gender troubles. I'm talking about militant feminism or male chauvinism or misogyny. Corrects emasculation of men and defeminization of women, and invites each of the sexes to celebrate their genders. A man and woman in marriage are two equal partners. Be proud of your femininity. Be proud of your masculinity. Islam provides that partnership where you celebrate the two. The concept of marriage and the spirit of marriage is, garment covers your nakedness. An analogy goes deeper in describing the intimate relationship between the husband and the wife. In this relationship, they become each other's cloaks. They envelop one another in a way that leaves no room for external threats or danger from posing or poisoning their relationship. Garment is extremely intimate with our body and is aware of every centimeter of our skin. The texture, the smell, the blemishes. It is also aware of all the beauty that we hide from the rest of the world. But our partner knows everything about us. It is the physical and emotional intimacy that binds two people together in such a powerful partnership, and it's called marriage. Garment keeps all aspects of our body very private and confidential. It does not go out and broadcast it to the world, especially things that it sees and feels. It does not disclose any secret to anybody. Marriage partnership is identical in essence and character. Husband and wife remain to one another the most protecting, loyal guardian of all matters that are private and confidential. Garment protects us from the perils of the element of the weather. Hot or cold, in the rain we cover, in the cold we put more extra layers. In the summer, as the heat heightens, we take layers off. Garment provides us the flexibility to reflect our mood and feelings. It provides the warmth and protection needed for feeling the sense of security and contentment. Ultimately, in a marriage, the partners provide each other the optimum warmth, endless compassion, bucketful of love, and correct temperament that create the protecting and safeguarding space for two to flourish. Garment hides our faults from the world, ladies and gentlemen. A spouse would know more faults and weaknesses than anyone else in the world. Even the partner would not know as much as a spouse would know. Sometimes my own fault, my wife knows more than I do. It's the truth, because she can see me. I can't see myself all the time. Even the parents would not know as much as the spouse would know. I remember one husband said, "My wife doesn't wake me up for Fajr. I don't know what kind of a wife I've got." So the scholar turned around and said, "How old are you?" He said, "I'm 27. When did you get married?" "Got married when I was 25. "So from what age did you start praying?" He said, "From 9. "And have you woken up for Fajr from the age of 9? He said, "No." So he said, "Your mother has failed in waking you up for Fajr for the last 20 years. And now you expect your wife to wake you up?" It's a very profound statement. Your flaws are your flaws, it's not your wife's flaws. You're responsible for waking up for Fajr, not your husband or your wife. "I suffer from anger problems, Imam," somebody said to me the other day. "That's my problem." Yes, that's your weakness. It's not your wife's or your husband's fault, it's your problem. Go and deal with it. Don't lash out at your husband every time you're angry, or your wife every time you're angry. That's your problem, not his. Your partner would know what problems you bring to this relationship from the outside. And that's very powerful, because in a marriage, it's a sacred act, an obligation. Allah guarantees a total screen and obscurity from this weakness so that the world would not know, but your partner would be aware of, but would help and protect you. If these weaknesses, however, are harmful to others and has the potential to be abusive towards others, only under such circumstances, in the interest of others, should the spouse seek professional and confidential help, of course. Garment beautifies us. Garment is always best fitting, but never perfect. If you are wanting to get married looking for perfection in your wife or your husband, the saddest news is no human being is perfect. Every morning when we wake up, it's very difficult to talk without brushing our teeth because everyone else will die. Metaphorically, because that's what happens with our mouth. All the food that we have eaten, even if you had brushed your teeth, they decay and they cause breath problem. We all have to brush our teeth. That's how weak we are, right? That's how weak we are. No human being is perfect. And yet we have to find beauty in the partnership, in the imperfection that we have. And that's why garment is best fitting. Husband and wife would be best fitting, but they would never be perfect. It enables man and woman to live in harmony together and creates more stable framework. Garment analogy challenges the prevailing concept of marriage, which is seen as the end of the journey. Happy ever after syndrome of a fairy tale marriage that begins with a fairy tale wedding and ends with a miserable divorce. The Quranic notion of a garment is a very different one. It doesn't begin with fairy tale marriage, and alhamdulillah, it doesn't end with a miserable divorce either. Remember this, garment. And I spent a lot of time explaining garment for a reason. If you're going to get married, the true test of whether you're ready for marriage or not is whether you understand the concept of garment. And are you willing to embrace the concept of garment truly? You know, when you get married, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to take the garment off. And what you have hidden behind the garment will be seen by your partner. There's no point switching the light off. No point drawing the curtains. Even in the darkness we can see. Even in the darkness we can see. And Allah does not want you to hide from your partner. That's not the reason why He's given such a wonderful, beautiful... Allah crafted human body in the most beautiful fashion that you can ever imagine. Why would you hide it from your partner, who Allah has made your partner to enjoy and cherish, the very beautiful gift Allah has given you? Oh, I don't think I look good enough. Nobody thinks they look good enough. That's not the point. So, garment analogy is the most important analogy that I want to stop with. Pause for a few seconds, for you to absorb what I've said, for you to think. Have you understood my point? Do you understand what garment is? Now, does that scare you when you think about garment and marriage? If it does, talk about it. Open up. Otherwise, you will stay with it, and then you won't be able to deal with it. Are you ready to get married? Some had saying no. Well, you will have to get married to somebody somewhere as soon as possible. Next thing I want to talk about is the gender difference that we all have. Have you guys noticed that men, ladies, have you guys noticed that men talk a very different language than you do? Yeah, very different language. It's like an alien species on the face of this earth. Why do they speak like that? Brothers, have you noticed that sisters speak a different language than you do? Yeah, he says loudly. How long have you been married? 23 years later, you still think she speaks a different language? He still hasn't learned her language. Allahu Akbar. The truth is we're different. We're equal in the eyes of Allah. We're different in the way Allah has made us. And there's nothing wrong with it. Some people are very scared of actually saying the difference is a problem. They think, we don't want to talk about difference. Well, you have to talk about difference. It's because we are different. We're different in our physiology, in our makeup. We're different in the way we express our feelings. We're different in the way we think. Men and men think differently. Men and women definitely think differently. We're different in the way we construct logic. We are different in the way we communicate. We're different in the way we express. We're different in the way we perceive things. There is a whole plethora of differences between us. And I say these, ladies and gentlemen, not to create unnecessary differences between men and women, but for you to be aware of them. And not for you to start using them as a discriminatory points, but to complement one another and to get to know each other better. Give me notice when I've reached my time. So here are some unscientific, and I use the word unscientific differences. So don't say, where did you get them from? Unscientific, observation. Observation that I have made for the last 25 years in this particular field, providing marriage counseling. So I've created 2 tables, and in which I've written, men tend to prioritize logic over emotion. Women tend to prioritize emotion over logic. Now, it may be true for some, it may be not true for others. But I'm giving you a general observation. I was arguing with my wife, and she was very angry, and she was arguing with me. I said to her, come on, be logical. She goes, what do you mean be logical? I'm angry, I can't be logical. I'm sitting there thinking, pulling my hair out, thinking, I don't understand. How can you not be logical? Even when I'm angry, I'm trying to be logical. My wife said to me, why? I just want to be emotional. Leave me alone. It's fine. I can't change that. If that's what she wants to be, it's okay. But if she says to me, I want you to abandon your logic and be emotional, I can't. Understanding this difference, generally speaking, between men and women helps. Some men could also prioritize emotion over logic. Some women could also prioritize logic over emotion. Remember, it applies both ways, but I'm giving you a general trend, just so that you understand. Men tend to need a reason to talk. Women tend to need no reason to talk. Now, don't shout at me or scream at me. I've tested it in many mosques. I've been an imam for the last 35 years. We've just established a mosque in North London, in Southgate. We have a room, well, like this, a big room for prayers. Sisters pray at the back, brothers pray at the front. Some sisters wanted to pray in a separate room because they didn't want to be in the same room. So we created a separate room for those sisters who want to pray in the separate room, no problem. So we have 2 spaces for sisters. In the main hall, the sisters pray with the brothers at the back, and in separate rooms, sisters pray. In the main hall where we're all praying together, brothers and sisters are silent, pin drop silence during prayers. Nobody talks. But in the sisters' room, there's constant muttering going on. And sisters are the ones who come and complain. Brother, can you do something about the sisters talking? I said, there is only one solution. Bring all the sisters to the main hall. They'll stop talking. Many a times I have to stop in the middle of my sermon to say to the sisters, sisters, please don't talk. It is not to tell them off. It's okay for you to talk, not a problem. Wallahi, don't stop talking. I remember when I got married initially, after a couple of months, I came home, I was leaving home one day and my wife was talking on the phone. An hour later I returned and she's still talking on the phone. And the conversation that I left her with when I was leaving, she's having the same conversation an hour later. So I'm now thinking to myself, has she been talking on the same topic for this time? So I said to her, have you not changed the subject? She goes to me, leave me alone. It's my conversation. So I asked her, why is it that you can talk? She goes to me, it's my problem. It's not yours. You don't want to talk, go. I said to her, okay, you can have my phone as well and talk as much as you like. It is true, between the brothers, we talk very little unless we need to talk. Sometimes we joke around, but there is no real, unfortunately, this is a bad thing about brothers. We don't really emotionally connect with one another. Sisters do. But understanding this difference is important. Don't insist on sisters not talking, and don't insist on the brothers to talk the same way as you do. As long as you can respect the two, it's fine. It's not a problem. Allah has made us different. Men tend to use 95% of, men tend to use 95% of their attention, and women tend to use 100% of their attention. A man, while talking to you, will be using his phone, looking around, lots of things. But a lady doesn't do that. She's looking at you and she's talking. Is normal. I only know men, the only species on the face of this earth, who are not attentive enough. Do you remember last UK Prime Minister David Cameron? Some of you remember, you were here. David Cameron went to a pub and he came home and his wife said, where is our daughter? He goes, what do you mean? Our baby daughter. He forgot and he left the baby daughter in the pram in the pub. A man would only do that. A woman would never do that. Because our attention span isn't 100% in that way. Without that, we would all be dead if our mothers did not pay 100% attention to us. If babies were left to men, I'm sorry, Allah Ya Rab, protect us all, will be disaster on this earth. So there is a reason why there is that difference. And a whole load of differences I've listed. And I want you to read them at your own time. It's in my book. But knowing these differences, ladies and gentlemen, are not about discrimination. It's about empowering you to become better. Remember this verse of the Quran I've just put up on the screen. إِنَّ الْمُسْلِمِينَ وَالْمُسْلِمَاتِ وَالْمُؤْمِنِينَ وَالْمُؤْمِنَاتِ وَالْقَانِتِينَ وَالْقَانِتَاتِ وَالصَّادِقِينَ وَالصَّادِقَاتِ وَالصَّابِرِينَ وَالصَّابِرَاتِ وَالْخَاشِعِينَ وَالْخَاشِعَاتِ وَالْمُتَصَدِّقِينَ وَالْمُتَصَدِّقَاتِ وَالصَّائِمِينَ وَالصَّائِمَاتِ وَالْحَافِظِينَ فُرُوجَهُم وَالْحَافِظَاتِ وَالذَّاكِرِينَ اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا وَالذَّاكِرَاتِ أَعَدَّ اللَّهُ لَهُم مَغْفِرَةً وَأَجْرًا عَظِيمًا. It's a profound verse. And I want you to read the meaning. Verily, for all man and woman who have surrendered themselves to Allah, and all believing man and all believing woman, and all truly devout man and all truly devout woman, all men and women who are true to their words, all men and women who are patient in adversity, and all men and women who humble themselves before Allah, and all men and women who give in charity, and all self-denying man and all self-denying woman, and all men and women who are mindful of their chastity, and all men and women who remember Allah unceasingly. For all of them, Allah has ready forgiveness of their sins and mighty reward. If Allah wanted to discriminate, He would not do this. He would not repeat the qualities of a believer, man and woman, man and woman, man and woman, man and woman, with 9 different qualities, reminding us that we are same when it comes to Allah's status, our status in the eyes of Allah. But we are different when it comes to our roles and responsibilities. So that's about the differences between man and woman. So I've given you very important elements. Firstly, can you accept the opposite gender as your equal? Secondly, I've defined you the garment analogy, given you a very detailed description of it. And thirdly, I've given you the differences between man and woman. And I'll do the last part, and then I will inshallah open up the whole discussion for all of us to have a conversation. Purpose of, ladies and gentlemen, purpose of marriage is creating a safe space. I want you to know this very well. Purpose of marriage is not to have children. Purpose of marriage is to create a safe space. لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا. The Arabic word sakina means what? Tranquility, according to some people, but actually it isn't tranquility. If you ask an Arab, where do you live? The Arabic question is, أَيْنَ تَسْكُنُ. Why do you say taskunu if it's tranquility? Where is tranquility? That's not what you're asking. Where do you live? أَيْنَ تَسْكُنُ. Where you live is where you are tranquil. Where you live is where you are safe. Where you live is where you feel at ease, at home. Purpose of marriage is creating a safe space. What is a safe space? A safe space is where you know what you're offering in a marriage. A safe space is where you are loyal, devoted, and committed. A safe space is where you're able to separate your personal issues of the past and focus on the issues of here and now today in your marriage. Safe space is the inner strength and patience to be able to listen to your partner attentively and honorably, and giving the partner the due space that they can express themselves. A safe space is where you're willing to communicate clearly without any ambiguity, but keeping your integrity and respect all the time. A safe space is where you have the capacity and willingness to take your married partner and treat them as you would like to be treated. A safe space is where you understand that without love and mercy from Allah, you will not be successful. There are so many ways of defining safe space, and I want you, my brothers and sisters, to understand marriage is about creating a safe space. A safe space that is free of abuse. What is abuse? Verbal abuse. Abuse is physical abuse. Abuse is emotional abuse. Abuse is financial abuse. Abuse is sexual abuse. Abuse is spiritual abuse. Any types of abuse in Islam is not allowed. If my partner feels in an abusive space, then I have failed in creating a safe space. One of my nephews got married. After a month, he called me up and he goes to me, "Uncle, I need to talk." I said to him, "What's the matter, son?" He goes, "My wife is very upset with me." "Why is your wife very upset with you? You've only been married for a month." Because I don't know. She's upset. She's not talking to me. I said, "Come and see me." So we sat down. I said to him, "What is it that you do every day?" So he gave me his daily life. "What time do you go to work?" I leave for work at 8 o'clock. "What time do you come home?" "I come home about 7. "Very good. "And what do you do at work?" I tried to understand him. I couldn't understand why she was upset. Then I said to him, "What do you say to your wife when you are at work? What time do you say you're going to come home?" He says, "Well, I finish work at 5 o'clock. So I tell my wife I'll be home soon. She knows I finish work at 5, but I don't come home till 7:30. "So why do you come home for 7:30 instead of 5 o'clock? If work is finished at 5, half an hour drive, you should be home by 5:30. He goes, "Well, I hang around with my mates, I go to the gym, I socialize a bit." "But you tell your wife I'm coming home at 5 o'clock or 5:30. "Yes." "So for the last 30 days, you've been telling your wife that you'll be home by 5:30, but you have not been home by 5:30. Any of those days?" He said, "No." So I said to him, "You've broken your promise 30 times in the last 1 month only." He goes, "Yes." He goes, "How do you think she should feel when you've broken promises 30 times? He goes, "Oh, I didn't realize that's a broken promise." It is a broken promise. You told her you'll be home at 5:30. She's been waiting for you from 5:30 onwards. Her whole day she's been busy. She stopped everything at 5:30. My husband is going to be home. Her world, as far as she's concerned, is coming home. But you're socializing with your friends, not keeping up with your family, not telling your wife where you are. That's not a safe space, is it? Another example of an unsafe space, husband and wife are constantly arguing. Every time they have an argument, the husband says, I'm going to divorce you. I'm going to divorce you. It's like putting a gun on my head, playing Russian roulette with my marriage. How would a wife feel if you're constantly using the word, I'll divorce you? That's a weapon you're using against her. That's not a safe space. Or the wife says, divorce me now. Every time she has an argument with you. The poor guy is walking on eggshells, not knowing what to do, what to say. How is that a safe space? Every time he opens his mouth, you scream and shout at him. How is that a safe space? I have another relationship problem where the lady had very bad upbringing from her father. Her father was abusive. So she has it in her head, all men are abusive. She got married to this guy. This poor soul, every time he opens his mouth, bang, she screams at him. I asked her, why do you scream? She goes, well, I think he's going to abuse me. Why would he abuse you? My father did. Well, he's not your father. Well, all men are abusive, she said to me. Very unsafe space. Very unsafe space. If you're going to emotionally abuse her or emotionally abuse him, unsafe. Every time you have a small problem, you magnify it with everything. Your mother, your father, your brother, your whole ancestors are problem makers. Well, they're not married to you. I remember one brother said to his wife, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you 100 times. I also divorce your mother. I asked him, why did you divorce your mother-in-law? Did you marry her? He said, no. Why did you say to her, I divorce you? He said, I was angry. Well, that's very abusive, my brothers and sisters. You can't do that. So a safe space, are you prepared to create a safe space in your marital life? A safe space that requires you to make that sacrifice. A safe space where you are not going to emotionally, physically, financially abuse your wife or your husband. Some people emotionally, sexually abuse their partner by withholding it when it suits them, giving it when it suits them. Again, abuse. Spiritual abuse is when you start judging your wife or your husband as not a good Muslim. Oh, what kind of a Muslim are you? What kind of a Muslim are you, says the wife to the husband. What do you mean? Why are you judging my Muslimness? You're only my wife. You're not supposed to be judging. Nobody is supposed to be judging my Muslimness. So, creating a safe space is essentially the purpose of marriage. Can you and are you able to create a safe space in your life for yourself and for those who are around you? If you cannot create a safe space in your life, then marriage is going to be a bit of a challenge for you. And creating a safe space begins with you having the safe space for yourself first. Do you feel safe within yourself? Are you comfortable in your own skin, as they say in English? You know what I do for therapy for people who come to me with this kind of problems? I often tell them, I want you to stand in front of the mirror after having a shower and look at your body and yourself and say to yourself, I feel safe in my own skin. If you don't feel safe in what you're looking at, it's a problem. You need to do something about that, not about your marriage. Because it's not your marriage that's in trouble. You brought it with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, 3 fundamental points I've made today. Partnership, difference between man and woman, and purpose of marriage. If you can take all these 3 and understand them, absorb them and practice them, you're ready for marriage. The 4th one is to understand that you create the right space and Allah fills it up with love and mercy. وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُمْ مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً. Allah will put between the 2 love and mercy. You will not be able to get love and mercy if it doesn't come from Allah. Some people get married because they've fallen in love. Fantastic. But your love isn't enough to keep your marriage going. You need a lot of mercy. I can tell you, my wife would have left me a long time ago if it wasn't for the mercy that she has for me. The same for me. If it wasn't for the mercy I have for her, who would want to tolerate a husband as he grows older, snores the life out of when you're sleeping? Who would want to tolerate a wife who does the same thing? It's normal human, right? But you live with one another because you have mercy for each other. Allah gives it to you because you've created the right space. It's true. When I was younger, my wife would wake me up in the middle of the night just checking to see if I'm alive. because I used to sleep so silently that you could not even hear me breathe. We would go to the mosque and have camping, sleep in the mosque with other brothers. And brothers would say to me, we didn't even hear you breathe at night. How do you sleep? I was that kind of a silent sleeper. Nowadays, I get woken up every now and again saying, stop snoring. I've become older. It's life. But you can only live with one another because you have love and mercy for each other. So understand, it's not love alone. Love is the romantic notion of Hollywood, Bollywood. I don't know what you have in Indonesia for your own wood. Do you have one?
Cinta.
Okay, cinta, whatever it is. Alhamdulillah. All of those romantic movies that you see, they're romantic. They go to sleep, they look perfect when they wake up. It's not real. You need to see my hair when I wake up. It's life, right? So love and mercy is what keeps you together. And understanding that you have to invest in creating the right space, and Allah will give you love and mercy. Allah has taken that on Himself for love and mercy. And last and the final one, number 5, is be prepared to evaluate your marriage regularly. Evaluate your marriage regularly. Ask one another and be ready to be accounted by your wife or your husband. Do things differently. It's a sign of madness to keep on doing the same thing again and again when it's not working. It's a professional sign of madness that you keep on repeating old habits even though it's not bringing you a new outcome, expecting something different. If it's not working, bring about some change in your family life. Don't keep on doing the same thing. Ask your partner, how am I doing? Rasulullah used to ask, Ya Aisha, what do you think about me? Subhanallah, what an amazing husband. Prophet said to Aisha, oh Aisha, I know when you're upset with me and when you're angry with me. Prophet is very connected with Aisha's mood and sentiment. How do you know, Ya Rasulullah? Aisha says. Prophet said to Aisha, when you're angry with me, Aisha, you take an oath in the name of the Lord of Ibrahim. When you're angry with me. But when you are happy with me, you take an oath in the name of the Lord of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Prophet knew her mood very well. He would pick up a glass from which she had drunk water, and he would look for the mark of her lip. Where has the lip been? And he would place his lip on it to be able to drink, to express his love and affection for his wife and mercy for her. He would be praying at night, tahajjud prayer, and Aisha would be sleeping in the middle of the room. The room was very small. And while he's praying and she's sleeping, he would simply move her leg on one side and do sajda without waking her up. Aisha would say, many a night, I would feel the warmth of Prophet's breath on my skin as he's praying, but he would not wake me up. That's how tender he was, because he invested in love and mercy, in creating the right space, and Allah filled it up with love and mercy between him and his wives. And ladies and gentlemen, you need to evaluate your marriage by asking, am I being loving enough? Am I being tender enough? Am I being kind enough to my spouse? Otherwise, you are in big trouble. So 5 fundamental points. Partnership, differences between man and woman. What was the third one? Purpose of marriage. 4th one, love and mercy. And 5th one, evaluate your marriage regularly. If you can take that journey, mentally start preparing for making that journey, you're fine with marriage. You'll be okay. And it's about making that shift. So all of that, alhamdulillah, has been recorded. You can listen to it again. Also available in my book that I wrote. This book was published last year. My first book was written 10 years ago. This small, 95 pages. This is 400 pages. I say to people that's 20 years of marriage in one book. It's been very useful for a lot of people, so do try and grab a few copies from the front I have. But I'm going to stop here. I'm going to open up the floor for questions. I'm not sure if people have submitted any questions to you. Thank you very much for listening. May Allah accept our good words and forgive us for any mistakes that we made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Imam Ajmal Masroor. It was wonderful, subhanAllah. And yeah, he already concluded what he said. And there are some questions, I think, in here. In the Slido. So I will remind you, who have any question, please raise your hands up. Okay. Unfortunately, you can collect your question on Slido. So open bit.ly/Q&A-marriage-seminar. And I have one question in here. if the most important compatibility in marriage is in the level of religion or spiritually, to find the right spouse, what kind of measure? Is it sunnah prayers?
You know, you would have noticed I did not refer to the hadith of Rasulullah about the criteria of marriage. And I did that deliberately. I just want you to know. Prophet said people normally get married for 4 reasons. Looks, beauty in other words, nobility, family status, wealth, and deen. What does deen here mean? Some people say religion. Actually, that's not true. The Arabic word deen here doesn't mean religion. The Arabic word deen here means character. Arabic word deen here means character. So, 4 reasons why you should get married: beauty, nobility, wealth, and character. The one who gets married for character will be blessed. Deen encompasses character, because a good Muslim would be a good character person. How do you measure someone's character? You can't. Sorry, how do you measure someone's deen? You can't. But you can measure someone's character. Oh, the brother has got wonderful beard. Well, for Indonesians it's difficult, I know. You guys have less beard than other communities, big beard. I've got very small beard. Bangladeshis have the same issue. Oh, brother, your beard is not big enough. I get comments all the time. Well, my brother, my beard doesn't grow very much. That's not a measure of religiosity at all. Biologically, we're different. In different communities, we have different expressions. Oh, brother has got massive turban, mashallah. Well, turban isn't demonstration of his religiosity. I know people who wear turban and then also go and murder. Right? These are not indications. Sister was beautiful hijab, mashallah. Well, is that really demonstration of our character? No. Because taqwa, Arabic word taqwa, is piety, right? Taqwa hahuna, Prophet ﷺ indicated to the heart. Taqwa hahuna 3 times, to the chest. You can't measure what is inside the heart of a person. So it is better to focus on the person's character. How do they behave with one another? Do they lie? Do they cheat? Does the person have a good relationship with other people? Do they have friends? What's their financial management skills? Do they have debt? How have they been with their neighbors? Do they go to the mosque? And how do people think in their mosque? Those are the things you should be looking for when you're looking for a spouse. Not go by the cliche, oh, how much Quran do you know? MashaAllah, he knows whole Quran. It's not enough. A person who knows whole Quran could be like a donkey carrying lots of books on his back, with no understanding and no character. My professor who taught me Arabic language, he knew the whole Quran, he was a non-Muslim. Dr. Graham at Savas, he knew whole Quran, but he was non-Muslim. He used to drink like a fish and he used to always tell me, Quran is the true word of God, but I can't be a Muslim because I like my alcohol. At least he's honest. So my brothers and sisters, when you're looking to get married, don't be fooled by these loaded terminologies. This loaded terminology is religious, pious, loaded. Don't use them. Use real human values, and that is, what character do they have? Emotional intelligence, relationship with other people, financial management that they have. These are the real qualities that you should be looking for. Once you've gathered all that information, done the research and referencing, only then you make dua, ya Rab, do istikhara. People do it the wrong way. They have no information, they're doing istikhara for a dream. Allah is not going to give you a dream. Because dream for you and I can't be wahi. Dream of a prophet was a wahi, but you and I are not prophets. We're not led by dreams. Somebody said, I saw in my dream an umbrella. Who cares about your umbrella? It means nothing to me. Well, my mother came and gave me some food. I don't care about your mother's giving you food. It means nothing in a dream. Where istikhara comes to play is when you have done all the homework, got all the information, you've made your decision. Now you say, Ya Rab, I have found this person. I want you to make my heart content in my decision. If the person is right, make it clear for me. If the person is not right, make it clear for me. Ya Rab, help me in confirming my decision. This is called فَإِذَا عَزَمْتَ فَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ. Once you have made your decision, then have tawakkul ala Allah. Have tawakkul on Allah. The opposite is tawakkul. Tawakkul is abusing Allah, not doing anything and expecting Allah to give you an outcome. No, tawakkul is doing everything in your capacity and then making dua and having tawakkul. I think I've answered more than one question, but I thought this was important and I left it deliberately to a question and answer. Go ahead, next question.
Yes, that's related to the next question actually. There is someone asking, if you're ready to get married, and you already mentioned about find information, seek information about that, how to find the right partner, and what do you think about the current Muslim matchmaker app that in the social media era is a trending now? And it's easy like swiping right or swiping left. Do we have to say that, oh, we understand about the government concept, so we're ready to get married? So what do you think about that?
Where do you find the person? You know, ladies and gentlemen, a gathering like this is so much superior in introducing and finding the true human being that you're looking for than the apps. Apps, I can pretend to be anything I want to be. I can be a banana if I want to be, right? How would you know? I could be an Einstein as far as my description is concerned. I could be, right? I could be anything. You know what? I am very good at writing. And I can get a job just by writing my CV. I've had job offers from amazing places because I can write amazing CVs. But am I good at that job? No. Why would they give it to me if I can't prove myself? So I want you to be very careful. Apps are tools. Tools are not to be blamed. Tools are used or abused by people. If you have tools that enable you to check those things out as well, fantastic. If the tools are just about swiping left, right based on someone's looks, big eyes, small eyes, blue eyes, black eyes. What if the person has put blue contact lenses? Then you're really fooled, aren't you? I like blue-eyed girls. So this was a blue-eyed girl on the photograph, but she's black-eyed. What happened? Because you're a fool. You're looking for the wrong thing. I had a brother who said to me, I like a blonde-haired girl. I said to her, how old are you? He said, I'm 20. I said, when she becomes 60, the blonde hair will become grey. We'll see what happens then. He goes, well, she'll have to be dyeing it blonde. I'm sorry, she's not going to dye it blonde until she dies. It's very sad that this shallow looks or shallow criteria has become the criteria on which we judge each other. It's completely wrong. The height, the size, it makes no difference in life. What makes a difference is the character, is the personality of the person. And that's what you need to be very focused on. So apps are fine. It's not a problem for me. Websites are okay, as long as you know how to weed the nonsense and find the right ones. I would much prefer a personalized introduction. Your communities come together in a mosque where you meet, you get to know each other through halal space where you're working. This is the best place. And this is the only way you will actually discover true humans from the fake ones. I know so many brothers and sisters who got married using apps only to discover they've got married to a monster. Literally. What do they do then? It's awful. So use the apps wisely and supplement the apps by really meeting the person. Ask the person, I want to see your family first. I don't have a family. Well, why don't you have a family? I want to meet your friends. I don't have any friends. Why don't you have any friends? If somebody says to me, I have no friends, I'd be worried, hey, do I want to get married to a loner? I'd be asking that question straight away. Why doesn't this person have any friends? Can I really give everything? Oh, I've fallen in love. I'll be okay. I'm so sorry. It's not going to be okay. Very soon, that very thing that you found attractive will become your burden. So be very careful. Apps are good, but use them wisely. Websites are good, use them wisely. Best places like this. Personal meeting with families, with introductions, with references. Carry on.
All right, that's an interesting answer. So apps is just a tool.
It's just a tool, yes.
Okay. So the next question is, how to grow love of companionship when you have been so used to be on yourself for a long time. So
how do you start loving another person when you're so used to yourself? That's the problem with the modern world. We become so selfish, so self-centered. I don't need to go out. I can be in my pajamas and work. You know, it's unbelievable. People are in their pajamas working 7 days a week from home, not even leaving their homes. They don't even go out to the shops because they order Uber food, Deliveroo. Everything is being delivered at home. I know people who haven't left their home for a month. What a sad life. I say, what a sad life. You have missed the sun, the wonderful weather we have in this country. Don't laugh. Beautiful weather. It's cold, of course. Freshness, the air, the people. I miss people when I don't see them. When I don't go to the masjid, I miss them. They miss me. The warmth. So, how do you grow love after being so selfish? It's difficult. So the first thing you should do is not be so selfish. Not be so self-centered. Not be so self-reliant, thinking I'm it, I don't need anybody else. That's arrogance. I don't need anybody else. That's arrogance. Get rid of that thought, because you need somebody. You know, when you came to this world, somebody needed to help your mum deliver. Please don't forget that. Even when you came to this world, your mum couldn't give birth to you on her own. My brother was traveling. I was born in Bangladesh. My brother was traveling, and in his travel, he went to the village where I was born, and he found the lady who delivered me. After, 3 years ago. And he sent a photograph saying, this is the lady who helped mum deliver you. I was in tears. Wow. This is the lady who saw me first. This is the lady who touched me first. You need another human being to be burying you when you're dead. I buried a good friend of mine 2 days ago. You can't bury yourself. So what makes you think you don't need anybody? What makes you think you're sufficient on your own? You're not. So that selfishness needs to be overcome. Build friendship, my brothers and sisters. Have more meaningful friendship. If you're living on your own, try and live with other people. Sisters, live with sisters. Brothers, live with brothers. On your own, you become too comfortable in your own space. Oh, you don't like this, you don't like that, I don't like the smell, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like the hair on the sink, I don't like the toilet seat down, toilet seat up, I don't like... This is craziness. That's not how life works. You've got to learn to live with the differences, especially when you get married. You've got children, they will leave all sorts of things everywhere. You'll have to learn to live with them. So, how to begin loving other people is by firstly getting over this mindset that I am sufficient and I don't need anybody. Get over that first. Secondly, build friendship, meaningful friendship. Live with friends. Even if you can't live with friends, be with your friends regularly. Masjid is a good place to be with your friends. Social space is a good space to be with them. Of course, balance is important, but have human interactions. And then begin to understand loving yourself actually isn't enough, though you should love yourself. But having to love others. Do you know the Arabic word insan has two meanings? It comes from two root words. One root word means to forget. Another root word means to belong. Uns means to belong. Insan is naturally inclined to belong. So if you can't love somebody else, how do you belong? And what's stopping you from loving other people? Was there an issue in your past? Anything happened in your childhood? Anything happened with your family? Father, mother, uncle, aunts, brothers, sisters? Deal with those, unpack them. Need therapy? Get the therapy that's needed. Don't suffer in silence, because you can't be happy on your own. You cannot be happy on your own. There's a proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. In life, if you want to be happy and go far, you need to be together with somebody and begin that loving process. To love somebody, you need to understand love isn't a noun. Love is verb. Is a verb. You need to do things. For love, you need to spend time. For love, you need to sacrifice. For love, you need to give gifts. For love, you need to connect. For love, you need to compromise. For love, you need to spend time. For love, you need to do things. Otherwise, love doesn't come. People who think, oh, love is going to be coming in a nice parcel delivered to me. I'm so sorry. It doesn't work like that. Love, always remember, are sets of actions. That's why Arabic word mawadda is love in dynamic process. Allah describes love in that dynamic way. Allah loves you and I. That's why He gives us oxygen to breathe, light to live, life to have, body to enjoy, family to enjoy, food to enjoy, because He loves us. It's called love in action. So start converting the concept of love from the romantic notion of love to the action-oriented love. You'll begin to love other people around you very quickly. I hope I've answered that.
Oh yeah, that's answered. But I have a question related to that. So
Yes.
how to maintain that love after like you've been married for 23 years, for example? It's like, do you keep doing all those things?
How do you keep the love going? Well, so if you love somebody, the measure of your love of somebody is not there has to be we have to make a distinction between the explosive, romantic, volcanic love that we see on television and movies. That's fantasy. That's not true. That doesn't happen. Love is the simmering feeling that you have for somebody, the feeling of longing, feeling that you miss them, feeling that you want to be in their company, feeling that you can talk to them, you want to talk to them, feeling that you want to sit with them silently, feeling that you want to go out on a walk with them without doing much, want to watch a film, want to discuss, want to eat, being with somebody. That's called love. And you sustain that love by repeating these good things regularly, doing things together. It makes you love one another more. Forgiving the other person regularly, expressing that I love you over and over again with your words and your action. These are the ways of sustaining love. Love is sustained in a relationship by respecting your partner, by listening to your partner, by honoring your partner. Love is sustained by making prayers for your partner, giving gifts to your partner, taking your partner to special places with you, giving your partner that esteem that they deserve. Love has to be dynamic and you have to be constantly investing in it. Small amounts, by the way. It doesn't require huge amounts. Small amounts. Even if it is half a date, Rasulullah said, gain your reward of sadaqah by giving half a date. It could be as small as a smile, a small gentle touch, a hug, holding hands, regular kiss, a cuddle, a small gift. It doesn't have to be a holiday to Bali every time. Is that right? For Indonesians, it's Bali, right? It doesn't have to be any of those things. Small things will make a huge difference. And it's that small investment that sustains love.
Really interesting, subhanAllah. One more question, but okay. The question is, if the purpose of marriage is to create safe space, why make children anyway?
Why do you have children if you want to create safe space? Well, whoever has asked this question doesn't understand that even children cannot come into this world unless the space is safe. You create the safe space not just for you and your husband or husband and wife only. No, you create safe space for your families to interact, the in-laws to interact, your children to be brought up in an environment of safety. You know, ladies and gentlemen, a child is born from you, dependent on you in every way possible. Eats from you, you have to clean the child, you have to nurture the child, you have to teach the child. Everything is dependent on you. But Allah makes it possible. When the baby is born, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to know this. For those of you who, of course, are not married, you won't know. But for those of us who are parents, I'll tell you. When my daughter was born in the hospital, I was there in the labor room with my wife, and the room was overwhelming with a powerful smell. For those who don't understand parenting, they will think, "What's this smell?" But for parents, this is oxytocin. Do you know what is oxytocin? It's a powerful brain chemical that Allah releases for connection and love. When the baby is born, every contraction the mother is experiencing as the baby is coming out is like ending of life. Everyone tells me this. It's very painful. But as soon as the baby is born and she takes the baby, what kind of a mad person would grab the very thing that has given them so much pain and hold the baby, kiss the baby, smell the baby, and want to hold on to the baby forever? What kind of a mad person would do that? It is not logical. It is not a logical experience either. The entire room is overwhelmed by the smell of oxytocin. It's called the love hormone. It's completely filled. As the father, I was there. I could smell it. I took my daughter first, and I was crying like a baby. Afterward, I'm thinking, this is not a rational behavior. But it's not a rational process. So if a child has been given to you in your life, Allah creates a safe space for the child to emerge, despite all the troubles. Your duty is to continue sustaining that safe space for the child to grow. So yes, marriage is creating a safe space for two individuals from two different backgrounds to come together. But for them to sustain their relationship and relationship with other people, they need to continue investing in the safe space. And children cannot grow up unless there is a safe space. I hope that clarifies.
Yes, I think that's pretty clear.
Alhamdulillah.
So I think one more question, not related to the safe space, but it's quite controversial. How to detect LGBT people to find the right suppose to marry? Because sometimes they can look so religious.
Okay. This is a controversial question, yes, but we have to be honest about the discussion. In Islam, sex outside marriage is haram. Right? There is no debate about that. Allah says that in the Quran. وَلَا تَقْرَبُوا zina. Don't even go near zina. Don't even go near it. Forget about having it. So sex outside marriage is haram in Islam. Sex is only allowed in marriage. Correct? You understand? And marriage is defined as a partnership between man and woman. Are you following my point? A marriage partnership is only defined by a partnership between man and woman. Everything else is academic here. There is no point discussing anything else. Allah says you can't have sex outside marriage. Marriage is between man and woman. What am I supposed to say now? Can I say anything else? I don't need to say anything else. Quran makes it very clear. I may have all sorts of inclinations in myself. But in Islam, you cannot, unfortunately, practice those inclinations unless you are in a marital space, and marriage is only between man and woman.
That's pretty clear.
Anybody unclear here?
Who raised the question? I hope it's clear, right?
The sister's hand went up.
Yes, I would like to ask a question.
Was it the same one as I've just asked? Or is it a different one? Just hold on to your question in a minute. Let's just get this clear. Is everybody clear on what I've just said? Muslims don't need to waste their time discussing it. You're either born a male or a female. That's what Islam says. We don't need to waste our time discussing this. People have reasons to discuss this. You go ahead. As a Muslim, remember, I subscribe to Islam. As a Muslim, I don't have any scope to discuss it beyond what Allah says. I'm a born male or a female. If in my birth there has been a confusion on my gender, let the doctors determine which is the dominant gender. And then they can do what we call intervention, medical intervention, a surgery, medicine, whatever needs to be, because there has been a confusion in gender at birth. But one day I wake up and I feel like a woman. Next day wake up and I feel like a man. That's not what Islam says. Islam says if a male or a female, there has been a confusion in gender, it can only be determined by a medical expert and determine as which of the gender is dominant and make the other gender redundant. And you can only follow that gender that is dominant inside you. You can't have both, and you can't wake up and do these things on feelings. Islam is very clear on these things. So LGBT discussion for Muslims, with respect to LGBT community, I'm not fighting with anyone. I'm just saying what Islam says. Islam says this, and I'm not going to change my faith. And Quran is not going to change. If Quran and Islam is not for you, it's okay. La ikraha fi Deen. There is no compulsion in religion. You don't have to be a Muslim. You don't have to be. وَهَدَيْنَاهُ السَّبِيلِ إِمَّا شَاكِرًا أَوْ إِمَّا كَفُورًا. You may accept it, Allah has shown you the path, or you may reject it. It's up to you. The path is clear. Sex outside marriage is haram. Marriage is between man and woman. Gender is determined by Allah, either male or a female. Any confusion, medical intervention can take place based on evidence and dominant gender, and one gender will be determined and the other will be made redundant. End of discussion for Muslims. The world can discuss and debate. I'm quite happy to listen to it and respectfully listen to it, no problem. But Quranic notion of this will not change. It's a difficult one, but I say it respectfully to people. And I've said exactly the same thing on LBC's live radio interview. I didn't have anybody calling me LGBT phobe. Nobody did. Because they understood that I said it respectfully and clearly. And I hope you don't find in what I'm saying disrespect or ambiguity. All right. The sister's hand did go up. So go on, sister. I'm going to... I said she could... If it's up to you.
Yeah. Okay, so all the question on the Slido is already over. So maybe anyone who wants to ask question can raise your hands up. Okay, we have 2 questions in here. Okay, maybe
Sister
you can ask first, sister first.
Salam.
Imam, I would like to ask whether there is a medium here, maybe in the UK, because we know that we are minority in the UK, right? And a lot of Muslim young people find it difficult to find like-minded friends of their age. And I think it's what I see. It's either Muslims who go to masjid very diligently, or Muslims who got so westernized, absorbed in Western culture too much. I'm thinking of somewhere in between, because I would imagine like my own children. They are, thankfully, I feel grateful, they are still within the corridors of Muslims. They are still in the corridors of Eastern culture. But they are not quite the kind who would, go to masjid every week or something like that. But I still have hopes that they would find someone they could get married to that are like-minded. At least they have got the same faith, even if they are still imperfect in the way that they perform their ibadah. So that's my question. It's a practical question.
Okay, thank you. It's a practical question of creating a space. Well, that is lacking within the Muslim community. We don't have enough social space. That's true. We either have a religious space or no space. And that we need to work on. Unfortunately, we have not done it enough. Even our mosques are not always welcoming and not always space open for everybody of all religiosity and no religiosity for that matter. We sometimes shun people who don't practice Islam from coming to the mosque. So we have to do something about it. Unfortunately, it's a failure. Muslim community's collective failure. We don't have enough social space where our kids can come and feel at home. I agree. There is nothing that I can do right now myself except raise awareness that you guys have started a center. Please don't forget to create a social space, not only for religious people to come, but also people who are not religious. Let them come. When we started our mosque in Southgate recently, we held an event for our local community, especially the Turkish communities. And the Turkish community who live in the area in large number, they don't go to any mosques because mosques have this religious space. But when we opened it up to everybody, a lot of people came with scarf, without scarf, short skirt, long skirt, shirts, trousers, all sorts. I said to everybody, no judgment on anyone. Anybody's welcome. And people came and they were so happy that they were allowed to come to a mosque and not judged. Some of them started coming afterwards regularly. So my recommendation to you is don't create an exclusive space. Try and work on creating an inclusive space in the future. There was that brother's hand over there that went up.
Yeah, but actually, can you make it fast because the time is over? I'm really sorry because...
Why is that? Adhan? We're done, right?
Yeah.
What time is it now? What time do you pray?
I think we pray after this.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, we still have time before Adhan. So, I'm so sorry that we have to end this first session. If you have any further question related to anything that we talk about safe space, partnership, difference between men and women, and also about the purpose of marriage itself, Imam Ajmal Masroor will stay here for the next 30 minutes, but after that he will run to the airport.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yes, and
so if
also
you want to buy the books within the half
yes.
hours.
And also, if you are curious about steps of getting married and to stay married, you can have the book over there. Yes. So thank you so much for coming. We're going to have a break for the next session for 60 minutes.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. So, okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, just a quick announcement. The next agenda will be Dhuhr prayer. So if you need to make preparations for that, if you need to do wudu, the bathrooms are in the back. And other than that, if we could have some help, just clear some space out, because this will be used for prayer space in a couple of minutes. So just to reiterate that, we're going to have Dhuhr prayer. So please make arrangements for that. Thank you very much.
Some of you are asking me about the book. The book is available on sale for £15, and you can pay with card or cash if you want. I'm here for another half an hour, and then I'll disappear, inshallah.
We are now going to proceed on to the next session of today's event, and I will be taking you through this session, this second session. Just a quick introduction. My name is Alpha, and there's not much else other than to say that, I guess. My name is Alpha. And we have everyone's attention, please. Everybody, could we have a bit of silence? Thank you very much. Okay, cool. So as I was saying, my name is Alpha. I will take you through this next session. Today we have covered a little bit about when is a good time for marriage, and a little bit about what marriage involves, what it's made of and what it consists of. Hopefully in this session we will talk a little bit more into, delve a little bit more into why marriage is a good thing, why it's something that's promoted, some of the reasons why marriage is part of our deen, inshallah. And this will be covered by Ustad Muhammad Zaki bin Ismail. And I think we've had Ustad before here once, so very warm welcome back.
Thank you.
So Ustad Zaki is originally from Singapore and began his studies in Yemeni madrasa called Madrasa Al-Junaid Al-Islamiyya. And this is a pretty old madrasa established in 1927 in Singapore. He then went on to study Arabic and Sharia in Damascus, in Syria, and this is from 2002 to 2008. Since then, he has become the program coordinator for the education department at the Singapore Islamic Scholars and Religious Teachers Association, or PERGAS. And he also has ijaza in, for example, Shafi'i fiqh, so the Islamic jurisprudence of the Shafi'i school of thought. Currently, he is the CEO of Sofa Educational Foundation, the first not-for-profit organization solely dedicated to supporting the Malay community in the UK and Europe. I think that's enough introductions, so I will just hand it over to Ustad, inshallah. Over to you, Ustad.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala Sayyidina wa Mawlana Muhammadin wa ala alihi fi kulli lamhatin wa nafasin adada ma wasi'ahu ilmuka amin. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النور المذهب للنسيان بنوره وعلى آله في كل لمحة ونفس عدد ما وسعه علمك آمين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. اللهم انفعنا بما علمتنا وعلمنا ما ينفعنا وزدنا علما وعملا متقبلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إني أقدم إليك بين يدي كل نفس ولمحة وطرفة يطرف بها أهل السماوات وأهل الأرض وكل شيء هو في علمك كائن أو قد كان أقدم إليك بين يدي ذلك كله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. My beloved brothers and sisters, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestow upon all of us with His infinite mercy and forgiveness and blessings in this gathering that we are in right now. The whole day, as far as I know, from the morning you've been gathered in this center as a part of masjid for the Indonesian community. Nothing else except to gain knowledge, for us to learn, to make ourselves aware, to make ourselves closer to our religion. Nothing else except to be pleased by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and pleasing Allah Jalla wa Ula. So let us renew and revive our intention coming here for the second session, I assume. Second session, isn't it? for us to move forward, make ourselves again with the sincere intention for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to upgrade and uplift our understanding in Islam, so we could practice it properly and apply it throughout our whole entire life. So let us make our intention. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us success, the real meaning of success in this world and the hereafter. Ameen ya arhamar rahimin. Thank you very much, my brother MC Aufa. Open up the second session with the introduction that I think is just an introduction for me to let everyone know about my background. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala constantly upgrade us with the real meaning of success in taqwa. That's what we wanted really, in order for us to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and bringing whatever we could that we had performed in our life to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nothing else that we will bring except this amal, sack of amal, kantung amal. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala improve our state to become better ones. Ameen ya arhamar rahimin. Okay, shall I speak in Malay or shall I speak in English? It's very rare for me to have a tazkirah session in Malay. So myself, I'm missing it to speak in my own mother tongue. Kind of a upsetting for me as well, even though outside, not here, outside, in front of my fellow brethren from the Nusantara community, either from Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei. I still need to speak in English. So I hope Indonesian community give me some hope. I really would like to speak in Malay. Of course, there will be some few words, kan? Tapi kita boleh cuba. Boleh cuba, kan? Jadi boleh kita sambil belajar bagaimana perbezaan bahasa. Ya, kerana saya orang Singapura. Bahasa Singapura juga berlainan slangnya, ya, dialeknya dengan orang Malaysia, apalagi dengan orang yang ada backgroundnya Java. Itu jadi kita cubalah. Jadi saya boleh belajar daripada anda sekalian. Saya panggil ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa, atau itu sudah tua. Yang mudanya apa?
Adik-adik, mas-mas.
Adik-adik, mas-mas, ya. Kakak dan juga?
There's too many.
Oh, too many, ya. Okay. Jadi tidak apalah, ya. Kalau bahasa Melayu kita sebut tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Kalau Indonesia, ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa. Lebih elok gitu kan? Boleh, ya? Bapa Aufa, gitu.
Too old for that.
Oh, too old for that.
I'm too young.
Okay, so mas gitu.
Yeah.
Mas Aufa. Okay, jadi kita cuba bahasa Melayu. Saya berbualnya perlahan-perlahan. Kalau tidak faham, angkat tangan, boleh tanya. Jadi kita manfaatkan masa ini. Alun-alun, ya. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Sekali lagi, saya nyatakan dalam bahasa ibunda kita supaya kita mengambil kesempatan ini, duduk sama-sama di tempat ini dengan niat mendekatkan diri kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Sungguh pun tajuk topik perbincangan kita pada hari ini ia berkenaan dengan urusan dunia, urusan perkahwinan, mempersiapkan diri kita supaya melangkah maju untuk membina rumah tangga dan seterusnya mempunyai anak dan keluarga yang besar. Itu urusan dunia. Tetapi mari kita selitkan juga niat, hadirkan niat di dalam hati, segala apa usaha yang ingin kita capai tidak lain dan tidak bukan hanyalah untuk mendapat ridhanya Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Kehidupan kita di dunia ini sungguh pun ia berputar berkenaan dengan urusan dunia, kerja, berkeluarga, punya anak, makan, minum, punya rumah, ada mortgage, ada loan, sehat, sakit, gembira, sedih, dan sebagainya. Itu adalah urusan duniawi yang pada zahirnya kelihatan ia tidak ada link dengan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pada zahirnya, ya aku yang kerja, aku yang penat, aku yang tidur, aku yang usaha, aku yang sedih, aku yang lapar, aku yang kenyang, aku yang punya anak, semuanya aku. Kayaknya ia tidak ada apa-apa relation dengan Allah Subhanahu wa taala pada zahir. Tetapi haruslah kita sedar, haruslah kita benar-benar faham tidak ada satu perkara pun yang luput, yang hilang tatkala kita hidup di dunia ini, melainkan semuanya itu adalah di bawah pengetahuan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Betul tidak? Nanti kita akan masuk lagi lebih dalam akan perbincangan ini, yang dimana penghujungnya natijah keputusan di akhir akan kita dapati bahawa segala kehidupan kita ada kena mengenanya dengan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Tidak ada satu perkara pun terlepas daripada pengetahuan Allah. Tidak ada satu perkara pun yang baik maupun yang buruk, melainkan semuanya datangnya daripada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Tidak ada satu perkara, tidak ada satu planning, tidak ada satu matlamat yang kita ingin kecapi, melainkan semuanya telah di bawah pengetahuan Allah, kehendak Allah dan susunan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Salah satunya ialah apa yang bakal kita bincangkan, yaitu marriage. Ingin berumah tangga. Sejauh ini faham tidak? Macam mana bahasanya? Okey. Hah? Boleh? Atau nak saya bahasa Jawa? Boleh tahan? Boleh tahan. Okey. Jadi, tuan-tuan atau ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa sekalian, saya akan memberikan hujah, saya akan mengkedepankan kepada anda sekalian, ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa, dari satu perspektif berkenaan dengan rumah tangga yang berlainan daripada speaker yang sebelum saya dan mungkin saja selepas saya. Okey, lecturer yang telah berkongsi ilmunya sebentar tadi, Imam Ajmal, berbeza dengan apa yang bakal saya kongsikan. Mungkin perspektifnya yang telah di-share sebentar tadi lebih dari sudut persiapan duniawi, financialnya, psikologinya, persiapan dirinya, ya, dan sebagainya. Mungkin saja Ustaz Salim sebentar nanti selepas saya juga dari perspektif yang lain. Wallahu alam, apa saya tidak tahu. Tapi izinkan saya untuk berkongsi bersama anda sekalian daripada suatu sudut yang di mana saya akan memberikan poin utama dan pengakhiran daripada poin tersebut juga mendapat natijah yang sama. Agak kurang jelas sekarang ini, tetapi izinkan saya untuk memberi satu hujah, satu penerangan, satu perkongsian dari sudut ubudiyah. Apa itu maksud ubudiyah? Kehambaan, atau memperhambakan diri kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Poin pertama yang bakal berlegar, berputar dalam topik perbincangan kita pada petang ini ialah mengenal diri kita sebagai hamba Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pertama, saya tidak pasti adakah topik ini agak berat ataupun tidak bagi anak-anak. Tetapi saya yakin sungguh pun ia tidak dapat didigest pada ketika ini, tetapi sekurang-kurangnya ada satu keterbukaan supaya bagi mereka yang dapat faham, alhamdulillah. Yang tidak faham, sekurang-kurangnya pernah mendengar dan pernah explore bahawasanya perkahwinan yang ingin kita sebagai manusia ini lakukan dan kerjakan, planning, tidak semestinya seperti kehendak kita. Kerana topik perbincangan perkahwinan kita sebagai manusia ada sangkut pautnya dengan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Yang dalam kurungan bahawa apa yang kita fahami ia adalah satu sifat kehambaan daripada diri kita. Apa mesejnya?
Bisa nggak kalau bahasa Inggris saja? Ada beberapa yang agak paham.
Oh, tapi semua senyum tadi bila tanya.
Kayaknya nggak paham pada pemalu.
Malu, jangan malu. Kalau malu tak boleh belajar. Jadi macam mana saya ulang lagi? Mau English ke mau? Saya baru warming up bahasa Melayunya. Baru mau sedap selepas bakso, selepas ini mau bahasa Melayunya lebih fasih gitu. Kerana lidahnya sudah lidah. Jadi mau English. English? Tak, sungguh betul-betul. Jangan malu. English angkat tangan. Demokrasi. Siapa mau English angkat tangan? English angkat tangan. Okey. Melayu? Yang Melayu tidak, English pun tidak? Apa? Sign language ya? Baik, gini saya buat half-half. Tadi part yang pertama sudah kita cakap bahasa Melayunya. Okey. Sekarang saya Englishkan. Saya mengatakan bahawa Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang pertama tadi saya punya penerangan bakal berbeza daripada lecturer yang sebelum ini. Mungkin lebih lecturer yang pertama dan ketiga mungkinnya akan lebih approach-nya seperti urusan-urusan materialistiknya, persiapan diri, persiapan mentalitinya, persiapan duit finansinya dan sebagainya. Tapi my approach will be more spiritual. Okay, so today insyaAllah I will be delivering this tazkirah regarding marriage. But again, I will take a different step. It might be heavy for some people if they couldn't understand my explanation through this lens. The lens of servanthood and slavehood towards Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala. In order for us to attain what we want, in order for us to get our wishes, to get married, to have family, to have children and such. But I will bring a different understanding or different point of view, not understanding but different point of view. Okay, to look upon ourselves as a servant of Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whatever evolve in our life in this world related to Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ya? Okey, faham? Itu poin yang pertama. Poin yang pertama. Jadi poin yang kedua saya ingin bawakan. Apakah poin yang harus kita selalu ingat di dalam diri kita, pemikiran kita? Yaitu kita ini hamba Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yang namanya hamba itu tertakluk kepada kehendak Allah, bukan kehendak kita. Kehendak Allah bukan kehendak kita. Tetapi pada masa yang sama Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala mengurniakan kita kebolehan untuk berfikir dan memilih. Ya, itulah di antara kedua balance yang kita ingin cari. Kita ini hamba Allah. Kehendak kita itu berdasarkan kehendak Allah, redanya Allah, bukan aku. Tapi pada masa sama Allah bagi aku fikiran, ability to choose, which is this device. We said akal, intellect. With this intellect, we able to choose whether we want or we don't. We want to follow or we don't want to follow. We want to take it or not and such. So how do we want to balance between our status as a servant of Allah and the ability for us to choose in life? Faham? Apa bahasa lagi mau saya guna? Melayunya sudah, Englishnya sudah apa? Okay, point 2. Jadi sekarang saya nak present, saya ingin kedepankan kepada anda sekalian, ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa, bagaimana ingin berjaya sukses kita dalam kehidupan kita, dalam apa saja bidang yang kita ceburi. Aku ingin berkahwin, aku ingin belajar, aku ingin, ini semuanya kita ingin, tetapi pada masa sama aku tahu aku ini hamba Allah. Aku harus melakukan sesuatu yang Allah redha, bukannya kehendak aku semata-mata. I need to perform well in this world, but at the same time I need to please Allah and to be pleased by Allah. But at the same time I have my own desire and lust. So how do we want to balance this, to juggle between these two, understanding 2 points? Baik. Jadi sekarang, paham? Jadi sekarang saya ingin membawakan bahawasanya poin yang ketiga. Setiap apa yang kita kerjakan daripada Allah Subhanahu wa taala itu adalah satu manfaat bagi kita. Everything that Allah Subhanahu wa taala ask us to do it, there is benefit. All and every types of ibadah, any types of act of worship towards Allah will back the benefit for us in this world and the hereafter. That's for sure. Namakan apa saja. Apa saja ibadahnya? What are the ibadah? Salah. It's a burden. Sekarang fajar jam berapa? Subuh jam berapa? 2.55 ikut waktu Regent's Mosque. 2.55 main-main. Penat kan? Tidur kalau jam 12 lepas Netflix 2 jam lebih saja, 3 jam sudah subuh. Penat. Tetapi kalau kita kerjakan, if we manage to perform the salah, there will be benefit for us. Puasa, fasting, same. In summer, alhamdulillah, there will be no summer fasting. Next following years and above, during winter, nobody will complain. But if we can perform Ramadan during these difficult times, there will be benefit for us. Name it. Hajj, zakah, apa lagi? Ibadah. What sorts of ibadah? All those ibadah that we perform, believe in it. There will be benefit for us. The only thing, we need to make ourselves aware. Ya Allah, allow me to understand, Ya Allah. Give me ability to perform well. Ya Allah, I'm your servant. I'm weak. I need your constant help. Allow me, Ya Allah, to taste the sweetness of ibadah. The sweetness of ibadah, Ya Allah. Allow me to understand it. So will give me boost in my iman and have full belief towards you. All types of ibadah. Ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa, setiap ibadah yang kita kerjakan, semuanya itu memberi kita pulangan, manfaat di dunia dan juga di akhirat. Kerana itu, there is a objectives in syariah. We call it maqasid syariah. The objectives in all our ibadah. It looks burden, zahirnya, but behind the scene, it is all beneficial. Kena percaya ini. Maqasid syariah, the objectives of Islamic rulings or laws, sacred laws. The objectives are 5. There are 5. Number 1, protection of your what? Health. Protection of your wealth. Protection of your nasab, keturunan. Apa panggilnya? Progeny or lineage. Kan? Lagi apa? Itu dah berapa tadi? 3. Yang keempat, protection of nafs, life, safety, lineage, and akal, intellect. Ada 5 perkara. Itu bukannya satu perkara yang sia-sia, tidak. Setiap syariah yang diturunkan oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala sungguh pun ia kelihatan berat. It looks heavy, burden, difficult, troublesome for us, but believe it will fall either on one of these 5 protection. With all this ibadah, semua kecil atau besar, small ibadah, small good deeds that were described by Allah in the Quran or taught by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his hadith will fall either on these 5, either one of these 5. Mesti. Sungguh pun ia kelihatan berat, susah. Subuh jam 2.55, 3 pagi. Siapa bangun 3 pagi? Mau pergi ke masjid subuh-subuh. But believe in it. Believe. There will be benefit. Macam mana nak believe? Need to understand. Ni kena belajar. We can't believe in something if we don't understand. That's the formula. Betul? You must prove in order to make sure that formula applicable. Kena tunjuk. Macam mana? Research. Research itu dari sudut lab, scientist dan sebagainya. Dari sudut ilmu agama, kena belajar. Kita tidak faham agama sekiranya kita tidak faham akan kehendak tuntutannya. Kita tidak dapat mengamalkan agama if we don't understand. We can't believe in Allah properly, rooted in our heart, if we don't understand about Allah. If someone asks amongst you all, your friend in the uni, why do you worship? Why are you praying? Prostrating, putting your forehead on the ground and bowing. What are you worshipping? There's nothing. Are you worshipping the wall? No, I worship God. What do you mean God? I can't see your God. How can you worship something that you can't see? Apa mau jawab? Apa kita mau jawab? Why are you wearing hijab? Why? There's nothing. Everyone is open their hijab. Free flow. So there's nothing. People won't get attracted just looking at your hair. This is an ancient understanding. Why do you wear hijab? Apa mau jawab? This is reality. Isn't it? Tak tahu. Nanti, okay, give me 2 days. Let me ask Sheikh Google. Let me go and find YouTube. Like what? YouTube? Your religion source from YouTube and Google? Yes? Nah, tak faham. Macam mana nak sukses? How can we hold into the iman that we have if we don't understand our own religion? Do you get it? So it looks like far away from our topic. Hold on. I want us to come and claim and reaffirm our understanding as a servant of Allah, as a slave of Allah. Understand our status as a servant and slave deep. The explanation need to be shared in many forms and ways. Takes time. I make it short. Find ways. How do we want to define myself as a servant of Allah? To worship Allah, to please Allah, to be pleased by Him, but at the same time not neglecting my intellect, my heart, my feelings, my understandings, ability to choose, but within the boundaries of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's religion. How? One of the questions that I shared earlier, question yourself about your religion that you believe in. You can't believe in something that you don't understand. That's one of our major issues nowadays as a Muslims, because we don't learn. We don't read. We don't really seek knowledge that will make our iman, our faith and belief towards Allah strong. We don't. We act that our religion as a rituals is all about seasonal ibadah, annual ibadah. Ramadan, I will fast, I will come Taraweeh, I come to the masjid. After Ramadan, no masjid, no Taraweeh, no Quran. When is the last time we khatam Quran? Ask yourself. Isn't it? And then we come Eid. Eid, go to masjid again. And then no Eid, happy-go-lucky. And then Eidul Adha, okay, come back to... So what? Is it part-time? Our iman is part-time, annual, seasonal. So that's not right. Claim, understand, read, learn. Everything that's moving around us in this world, nothing else except to make us affirm that Allah is our God. That's it. What do you want? Now we go back to the topic. Now what do you want? You want to get married. You want to have a beautiful wife and handsome husband. Anything else? Educated children, happy life, big house, good provisions. What do you want? What do you want? Now back to reality. You want to have a bright future? Bring up our children and Sakinah family without having religion? We can say impossible. If we are a believer without religion, without Islam, it will be impossible. Even though it looks like the outside physical appearance of a family perfect. Without religion, everything is flimsy and wobbly. I myself, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put me as an imam for the Nusantara community. A lot of people come to me and ask about their family issues. They look perfect. Good job, big houses. In terms of rezeki, semua ada, cukup lengkap. Tapi kebanyakannya yang tidak ada, kekosongan dalam hati, emptiness in their heart. Upset. I'm not talking abroad. I'm not talking the story is about other people. I'm talking about our people here. My own story, dealing with these kind of issues in the community, our community. Because why? Emptiness in their heart. Kita perlu agama. Kita perlukan agama. Sudah ada agama, perlu beramal dengan agama. We need to practice our religion. Faith, religion is faith. Faith is belief. Belief is a strength that boosts when we are down. That's it. Religion, faith, belief. Belief is something that will push us. How can we put belief if we don't understand? Again, the question. So whatever we do, we should occupy ourselves with knowledge, understanding. With this understanding, we will perform salah, we do Quran, we do zakah, we do fasting. Really, we understand. It will give me impact in my life. It will give me boost in my spirit, vibes, energy, name it what you call. It will give me forward. Even though there's a trials, tribulations, anything that's calamities happening, but with boost, recharge, full iman, push us forward. That's it really. So we need to practice our religion. We need to learn and practice. So those people who have issues in family, mostly because emptiness in their heart. They have money. They have family, big cars, big houses. I'm telling you, London. We're not living in Kenya or Zimbabwe, difficult country. We are living in London. Luxury life, I can say. Most of us, alhamdulillah. But we lack in our religion and practicing the religion. So ni yang kita mahukan. Sebab itu saya katakan, pulangkan. Ayo, let us come back. Back to the main important issues in life before we start all the small bits that we will question within the path that we are walking. Back to the main. Our existence in this life for us to know Allah by learning. And then for us to show, for us to worship Allah. Senang. For us to know Allah in order for us to worship Allah. Our basic point yang saya ingin tadi saya kata. Pertama sekali, sebelum mau cerita tentang rumah tangga, mencari pasangan dan sebagainya, harus balik kepada reality. The reality is we are servant of Allah. Ubudiyah. We are slave of Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Dan tajuk ubudiyah ini perlu kupasan yang lebih banyak. We need to expose, share more. Okay, but at least you have the knowledge. You have the point. With this state of servanthood towards Allah, nothing else except we will worship Him properly. We will worship Allah properly. Sekarang sudah jelas itu. Clear ke tidak? Sudah kita habis di sini saja ya. Mengantuk semua lepas bakso. Apa niatnya makan bakso? Should be makan bakso give us energy. Sebab saya makin lama makin tinggi lantang suaranya kan? Kerana mau energy untuk dakwah. Yang lain makannya apa? Niatnya apa? Tidak cukup makan? Mungkin. Ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa sekalian, ini pentingnya supaya kita tidak lari daripada niat utama. Nyatakan segala apa usaha, masalah, keinginan, planning dan sebagainya. Tetapi kalau tidak ada fokus dalam pemahaman kita, wujud di dunia ini untuk Allah, datangnya daripada Allah, pulangnya untuk Allah, datang dari Allah, from Him, coming back to Him. Kalau tak ada ini, kita tak solid dalam kehidupan. Tidak solid. Orang yang ada fokus, tahu mana destinasi, baru boleh sampai. Perjalanannya tidak putus. Betul tak? Orang kalau tidak ada destinasi, there's no destination. How do you want to move? How do you want to start your journey if there's no destination? Boleh cari Waze ke Google Map. From kan sama where. From and where to. Ada. Kalau boleh dari from saja sini, tapi where is okay, just start. Tak jalan. Kita sama juga begitu. Tak ada destinasinya di dunia ini, sekadar apa ada. Umurnya sudah 17. Okay, university. Nanti umurnya sudah 21. Oh, 21 apa umurnya? Sudah kahwin, ayo cari pasangan. Lepas tu 25, minta maaf, kerja dulu kan. Kerja dulu. Nanti sudah 25, 26, apa sekarang maunya? Kahwin, ayo kahwin. Begitu kah? Macam tak ada planning. Semua about what's coming, happen, what's going to happen is happen. It's not that way. It's not going to be survive. We can't survive in that sense. You don't have aim. What's your aim? What's your aim? Is it because your age arrived on that certain time of period? It's time for me to marry. And it's time for me to work. Until it's time for me to have children. It's time for me. Is it because of the time? You plan ahead. What do you want? Kan? Itu poin-poin kecil. Poin-poin besarnya apa? Allah. Poin utamanya apa? Allah. Hidupnya kita bakal menantikan kematian. Kematiannya itu permulaan untuk Allah. Betul tidak? Ini besar, ini topik besar. Kerana itu saya nyatakan tadi, saya tidak mau I'm not going to share something that you heard. Like, I'm not saying Astaghfirullahaladzim, I'm special, I would like to have different. No, I just want to bring people back to Allah. I'm reminding myself. We are coming here with the intention of bringing people to remember our sole purpose of existence is for Allah. Whatever coming in life is part of the scenario, episodes in life. That's all. We have family that we want to raise. We want to find spouse, wife or husband that we want to get married together. It's all about pleasing Allah. That's one of the questions, isn't it? Mas Aufa. Apa soalannya? Why do we want to get married? Kalau tahu jawapan yang saya beri tadi, semuanya Allah. Aim, biggest aim is for Allah, to be pleased by Allah. To please by Allah and to be pleased by Him. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Datangkan apa saja masalah. Datangkan apa saja planning. Kalau main aim for Allah, we work accordingly that Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala letak. Allah suruh apa? Ikut tuntutannya. Seperti mana yang saya kedepankan tadi tentang maqasidus syariah. Whatever Allah suruh, mesti ada manfaatnya. Imma untuk akal kita, imma untuk health, intellect, nasab, keturunan, lineage, our iman, faith, our deen. Everything is complete in life. We just need to understand the concept, the real meaning of life for Allah, returning for Allah, and performing well. Because indeed, in performing well, practicing religion, there's a benefit for us, dunia and akhirah. Sekarang cerita mau pasal kahwin. Kenapa mau kahwin? Kerana itu yang diredai Allah. Itu yang dituntut oleh Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Back. So kalau orang ada jelas aimnya, aku mau mencari pasangan. I want to find someone. Because why? Because to please Allah. Agak-agaknya Allah tidak bantu kah? Allah tidak tolong? Pasti Allah tolong. Pasti Allah tolong. Ada orang komplain, many years I've been looking. Okay, what's your intention of getting married? Oh, I want to have a beautiful children. Itu saja. Itu saja engkau mau. Nak anak, oh nanti ada pasangan. My husband can take care of me. I can take care of her. Itu saja. Only that? No wonder you tak dapat pasangan. But Allah jaga, engkau tak cakap. Allah been taking care of you for many years from the born. You were in the womb of your mom until now. You neglect that point and you are looking for someone else to take care of you. Yes, indeed. Physically you need someone. But your aim is not that. Your aim is to please Allah. When I get married, Allah will be happy with me. Allah will reward me abundantly. And with this spouse, either husband or wife, that could help one another, help me to wake up for Fajr, can help me together read Quran. All of those to please Allah. Agak-agak Allah tak bantu kah? Nampak? Kalau ada kita punya focus, if we understand our main focus in life, Allah make everything easy. Percaya atau tidak? Cuba. Kerana itu saya kata tadi, it's all about our belief. Macam mana nak believe? Kena ada understanding. Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, He Himself said in the Quranul Karim, Man amila minkum min dhakarin wa untha, man amila salihan minkum min dhakarin wa untha. Amongst you, men, women who do good deeds, wahwa mu'min, and they a true believer. Man, woman, doing good deeds, and true believer. The two conditions of man, woman, doing good deeds, true believer. فَلَنُحْيَنَّهُ حَيَاةً طَيِّبَةً. We'll make sure, we promise that their life will be a successful one, blissful. Who promised this? Allah. Tapi bila kita tak baca, when we don't read Quran, we don't seek and dig the knowledge, we don't know. That's why we are struggling Monday to Friday, working extra hours, thinking that the money will make my family happy. But we neglect Salat, we neglect Quran, we neglect to teach our children about Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We neglect all those promises that Allah promised us. And we try and struggle and strive with our own basic capped understanding. Pulun kerjanya, penat, bangun pagi, kerja. Kerana fikirnya material yang bantu aku untuk sukses. Walhal Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala sebut yang tadi ayat saya baca sebagai contoh. Jadi mana perginya kita? Betapa jauhnya. Okey, kalau dia kerja sungguh-sungguh, sukses pula dia. Ya, sukses, dapat duit banyak, millionaire. Apa? Semua orang millionaire itu kehidupan keluarganya mantap. Iya. Iya kah? Bukan Bill Gates baru cerai kah? Hah? Betul atau tidak? Kaya tidak dia? Kaya. Sudah tahu, ini bukan cerita mau bawa. Bill Gates kaya. Umurnya sudah lanjut. Sepatutnya pemahamannya, interaksinya bersama istri dan anak-anak sudah mantap. Kerana sudah dewasa, pengalaman hidup. Tetapi tidak. cerai. Johnny Depp semua tahu kan? Johnny Depp bukan ada isu krisis rumah tangga. Bukan dia handsome tua, tapi ada banyak duit, pelakon, istrinya juga. Tapi apa ujungnya? Ini reality, cakaplah, jangan takut, kerana ini betul. Kan? Jadi itu semua, bukankah itu as a proof in front of our own eyes? We read them, we see them, we hear them, we know everything inside out. So what's the reality of happiness really? If it is not through the lens of our religion that were taught by Allah, were brought by our Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Tak lain dan tidak bukan, mau sukses perlu ada kefahaman tentang agama dan amal, dan kemudiannya mengetahui our aim semuanya Allah. Kalau Allah, kita berkahwin mencari pasangan kerana Allah supaya dapat mantapkan iman, complete our faith as mentioned. Ini dalam apa? Finding your apa tu? Finding ada cancel ya. Half of your deen. So kalau kahwin rumah tangga, cari pasangan supaya lengkap iman aku ya Allah, untuk memujimu, untuk bersyukur kepadamu, untuk mengingatkan diriku terhadapmu, dan semuanya menjadikan aku lebih kuat dalam agama dan lebih taat kepada Engkau ya Allah. Allah bantu. Tak ada masalah. Masalah itu zahir. Secara zahir, saya bagi contoh masalah zahirnya. Ada perhubungan rumah tangga. Siapa sudah kahwin angkat? Siapa belum kahwin angkat tangan? Yang belum kahwin. Belum kahwin angkat tangan. Ya? Belum kahwin. Belum kahwin lagi angkat tangan. Siapa belum kahwin lagi? Oh, boleh jadi dua soalan bahaya tu kan. Yang penting dalam rumah tangga tidak semuanya manis kan? Not everything is sweet. Sometimes small things, I'm telling you based on experience. I married when I was 21 years old. Alhamdulillah. 21 tahun. 21 years old until now. Alhamdulillah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserve our marriage all. Amin ya arhamar rahimin. In rahmah and sakina mawaddah until jannah. Amin ya arhamar rahimin. To please you ya Allah. So what I'm trying to say is a phase. 21 tahun when I was 21 years old. Of course it's not going to be like my 30 years old experience, mentality, maturity, and now I'm 40 years old. Yeah, so getting older, getting matured. So alhamdulillah, survive. Or else small bits will create world war. Yeah, but if you think deeply, yeah, some small thing happen and we will argue, husband and wife. We will stop merajuk. Apa merajuk bahasa Indonesia? Ambek? Ngambek? Merajuk, tak nak berbual. Tetapi kalau ada agama, if we have religion, we take that opportunity for us to reflect and ponder. And then we have more relationship towards Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Nah, ini yang kita perasan. Ya, kalau mengamuk ya, sudahlah. Tak nak cakap 2 hari. Tapi dalam 2 hari itu, we will start reflect. We will ask Allah, ya Allah, please help me ya Allah, it's tiring. Oh, I can't focus in my life, work, family, ya Allah, with this husband and wife issues. Help me, ya Allah. And then we read Quran extra. We do salat extra, asking Allah to help and to support. And then we realize, Masya Allah, no wonder Allah give us this kind of slap on the face. Because when is the last time you make dua? Happy, go lucky, go out and eat. Tak syukur dengan Allah. Never say thank you Allah for all these blessings. But when we reach to Allah, if something happen, kan? Ada gaduh 2 hari, 2 hari Quran. Oh, zikirnya tidak lepas, sembayangnya bagus, khusyuk. Kerana apa? Ada pergaduhan. Jadi, ya salam. Pertama sekali terfikir, oh bagus juga Allah hantar ini supaya ada connection balik kepada dia. Yang kedua, penting ada agama. Kalau tidak ada agama waktu situasi begitu, Mungkin saja suaminya duduk kat bar, pergi pub, night club. Yang isterinya pergi sana, yang na'udzubillah. Betul. Kerana ada agama, dia balik kepada landasan. Jadi secara zahirnya itu pergaduhan, tapi batinnya Masya Allah. Thank you Allah. Indeed, it's a blessing. There's a time for us to reflect and ponder and get back to you on track to know that I'm your slave. Even though I love the person, but without loving you, without knowing that you are the source of all happiness, we might be astray. So when Allah put some trials in the family issue, if we have religion though, if we have religion, no religion, na'udzubillah. If we have religion, it make us straight back. Remind us to Allah. Remind us the time that we will meet Allah. Young, old, children, no children, married, not married, ready, not ready. When Allah say times to go home, back, ajalun musamma, you go back. Isn't it? So need to prepare ourselves. The reality of existence, again, back to the point. Reality of existence for Allah. Return to Allah. Whatever is happening around us is advert. We need to perform well though. But it's an advert. Do your best. But remember, for the sake of Allah. Is it clear? So I'm bringing myself and all of you back to the main point of our existence in this life, to serve Allah as a servant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then whatever comes, the question, why do we get married? The answer will be, apa? The answer is to please Allah, to be pleased by Allah. And so on and so forth. Apa lagi ada question yang ditanya? What's the purpose of marriage? As we said, the purpose of marriage in this life, to please Allah, to follow the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he promotes us to get married. Siapa yang for those who don't follow the sunnah, which is to marry, he's not part of me, he said sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the meaning of his hadith. So back to religion as well. Religion who promotes me to do good. Religion to ask me to marry. And then will give us a good benefit. The 5 maqasid syariah tadi, objectives of religion. Kenapa kahwin? So to prolong my lineage. Kenapa rumah tangga? So to take care of my intellect. Why do I have children? So I educate them for my next generation. There you go. So it's not really for you. Aku suka dia, aku sayang dia. Berapa lama engkau sayang dia? Aku cinta dia. Iyalah, 2-3 tahun. Kalau ada masalah, aku benci dia. Lah, tadi cinta, sekarang benci. Macam-macam. Tapi kalau kerana Allah, if for the sake of Allah, Allah is there. Endless, everlasting. So our love will be everlasting. If we do something for the sake of Allah, the most loved, we will be loved. You love your family, you love your children, you educate them for Allah, your reward and benefit will be continuous. Kerana itu penting, tahu tujuan utama Allah. Yang lain akan mengikut. Yang lain will be fall into places. That's it. So my whole conclusion for 55 minutes is about bringing us to realize and to understand our status as a servant of Allah, to please Him and to be pleased by Him and act accordingly in this life. Boleh? Itu sahaja. Secara ringkasnya. Boleh selesai? Kalau boleh sekali, okey. Boleh sekali selesai. Silakan kalau ada yang ada punya masa atau tidak, terpulang pada Mas. Saya selesai tazkirah ataupun my sharing session is already ended. I think is enough. Yeah. If there's any question, maybe Mas Aufi.
Barakallahu feekum, Ustaz. Thank you very much. Just a quick reminder, if you have any questions, you can post them on the same URL link, so the same Slido as last time, and I will try to read them out for you. You can do it in English ataupun bahasa Indonesia. Bahasa Malaysia mungkin juga bisa ya.
Boleh.
And we will hopefully get it across to Ustad. But just a quick summary. So Ustad covered that Allah is the best of planners, and so to maybe our ultimate aim is to please Allah, and this includes ibadah like nikah, like marriage, because belief or your religion underpins marriage, just like any other ibadah. And the main or the ultimate niyyah or intention for nikah is to please Allah, and then after that point Allah will hopefully help you and support you if you believe in Allah's plans. Okay, I think we will move on to question and answer because Ustad needs to go very shortly. So if you do have any questions, post them on the Slido. I am checking the questions now. I don't think there are any recent questions. So, yeah, no recent questions thus far, but please post them if you do have any. In the meantime, I will just slide in my own question, that's okay. So, the title of this event, or the name of this event is Finding Half of Your Deen. Would you be able to elaborate a little bit more about what that means and how that ties into the things that you've just spoken to us about?
So apa? Ulang sekali lagi.
Jadi
Cakap Melayu boleh?
Okay, boleh.
No, you cakap Melayu. I want to hear you. Yang Malay.
Okay, I will try. Jadi judul acara ini adalah Finding Half of Your Deen, menemukan apa agama, setengah agama ya. Nah, apa maksudnya itu dalam konteks yang telah disampaikan Ustaz?
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bagus bahasa Melayunya Mas Aufi. Tahniah.
Alhamdulillah.
Jadi apa? Dari sudut my point of sharing earlier that the servanthood towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala encompass every aspects of life, including the half of your deen. What's the meaning of half of your deen? The ability for us to perform ibadah towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not accomplish without following the sunnah of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yeah. Okay, because why? People will think that married will be a burden. Susah, yeah? Living alone, you by yourself. You have your own money, your own salary, wages, or whatever it is. You spend on your own. And no headache with pampers, nappies, milk, and your wife need to go to the restaurant to cook. And your wife also, no headache for the husband. Ini mau kopi, yang ini balik mau picit kakinya, mau ya mana masak sudah penat katanya tidak sedap lah apalah, suaminya pun leceh, susah orangnya ya. Jadi to show that our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam encourages us a lot by saying don't think that way, yes indeed, living by your own and worshipping Allah through your own ability will not be the same like bringing up a family. And indeed, with half of your life, people will say, isn't it, where's your another half? Which is your spouse, your husband or your wife. So within Islam, completing your deen, your religion and your faith is through marrying. Either the husband or the wife. So it shows that to make our journey to Allah more powerful, with the pilot and the co-pilot, not only the pilot alone, landed safe in the destination through marrying. That's another word. لولا الشهوات مرتقينا إلى رب الأرض والسماوات. That's another one. If it is not because of the desire and lust, to get married, we will not reach to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So do not think that marriage, having children, difficulties and are just a headache. No, no, no. And those shahawat, the last desire that we have, when we spend it to the wife and to husband, it's a reward. Allah give us reward. And what's the best thing? The children that we have will make us as amal jariyah. We teach them to become a better person, to become a better mu'min. When we pass away, isn't it? When we pass away, they will continue the legacy. They will continue reading Quran, they will continue doing salah, they will continue sharing the knowledge to other people of Islam and to love Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So ada manfaatnya berkahwin, sungguh pun ia memenatkan kita. Kerana apa? Manfaatnya kerana Allah pertama, dan kemudiannya ada keturunan yang dapat meneruskan agama ini. Doa untuk kita yang sudah pergi satu hal, dan meneruskan agama, cinta kepada Rasulullah SAW. Penerusan itu, legacy, itu penting. Nah, kerana kalau ikut logiknya, sudah berumah tangga, kemudiannya ada anak, ini semua penat, beban, kan? Pening kepalanya. Kerana apa? Nak jaga, nak habiskan duit dan sebagainya. Tapi kalau niatnya betul, kefahaman terhadap rumah tangga ini betul kerana Allah, maka apa sahaja yang dikerjakan selama mana mereka berumah tangga dan untuk anak-anaknya, semua akan diberi pulangan, diberi ganjaran daripada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Itu sudah pasti. Jadi ini untuk promote, completing your half of your religion, to promote us. Get married. InsyaAllah there's a benefit. I don't think that alone will be better for you. No, it's not. Wallahu a'lam. Does it get to the answer, your answer that you need?
It does, Jazakallah khair. Also, my apologies, it turns out there were questions, I just missed them. So, I will post one of them to Ustaz right now. Ini ada yang menarik nih. Bila ada couple bercerai, padahal keduanya melakukan pernikahan karena Allah, apa yang salah dengan keduanya?
Sudah kahwin kerana Allah, kemudiannya bercerai. Kalau bercerainya kerana Allah juga boleh. Kahwinnya kerana Allah, bercerainya kerana apa?
Di sini nggak dijelaskan.
Nggak dijelaskan. Jadi kalau buat kerana apa? Perceraian itu adalah satu perkara yang dibolehkan. Sekiranya matlamat, the purpose of separation, divorce, will be a benefit for both. It's okay. But we're not saying that it's okay then everyone who have any difficulties in their marriage to divorce, because it is okay. Wasulhu khair. The best is for them to patch up, to find what is the middle ground, what is the problem and the issue. Sometimes it's very basic issues. Most of the common issues that I'm facing, the spouses who have difficulties in their marriage, is all about communication. Communication. Sometimes very basic things happen. Communicate. Tidak berkomunikasi dengan baik, lalu mendatangkan apa? Issue, problem. They don't communicate properly. You should know. How can I know if you don't tell me? We've been married for many years. You should know. Just because you're not making me coffee or tea when I come home, or not saying salam when you reach home, just because of that, it can erupt World War III. Doesn't make sense. It's just about communication. You just need to tell husband. Husband need to tell your wife, what do you want? That's it. Sebaiknya kalau saya pulang, saya suka ada kopi, ada teh on the table, so I can drink. So you ask someone nicely, your wife understand. That's it. And then your wife also explain to you, saya juga bekerja, ya papa. Jadi kalau pulang dari kerja, saya mungkin tidur dulu. Nanti bila papa pulang baru saya bangun. Explain that's what you want. So jadi bila husbandnya masuk rumah, aku baru balik, kamu tidur, hari-hari tidur. Tak kerja, bising. Padahal there's no communication. Basic things. I'm telling you, funny things. And the worst part, they are adult. There are more than 40s, and from those basic things it becomes erupt. Doesn't make sense. Anyway, the point is, to have separation in the marriage, if it is better, even though the main intention of getting married is for Allah, but at the end of the journey, separate. So separation in Islam is what? Diharuskan, bukan wajib. Dibolehkan. Harus itu wajib kan kalau bahasa Indonesia. Bukan wajib, salah ya. Saya tarik balik. Separation itu dibolehkan. Jadi mana? Masih dalam skop agama. Bukan sesuatu perkara yang kita lakukan luar agama. So even though it's for Allah, the marriage, but at the end of it, if it's not success, in a good way though, remember, a good way, as we're taught by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, take the separation way, path. But that's the last resort. It's not advice anyway. Find the common ground and solve the issues.
Barakallahu fikum. Kayaknya kita hanya sempat untuk membahas satu pertanyaan lagi ya. Mohon maaf, kayaknya ada beberapa pertanyaan yang belum sempat kita jawab kali ini. Tapi mungkin bisa disimpan buat sesi yang ketiga. Jadi saya pilih satu pertanyaan lagi. How important is it to have the same level of iman when looking for a spouse? Is it right to expect our spouse to be more devoted after marriage? Itu kayaknya mungkin bisa dianggap dua pertanyaan ini sebenarnya.
Yeah. How do we want to have a same level of iman between the husband and wife in order for us to get married? It's difficult. Not easy. Doesn't mean that ustaz dan ustazah kalau kahwin rumah tangganya anaknya jadi wali. Tidak juga. Wali kota mungkin. Kalau wali aulia belum tahu. Ya? Apa ceritanya istri Nabi Nuh? Ya. Kan? Apa cerita istrinya Nabi Nuh? Atau anaknya Nabi Nuh, istrinya Nabi Lut. Itu Nabi kan? Minta maaf ya. Itu Nabi. Istrinya Nabi Lut. Nabi Nuh, beliau kan Nabi. Anaknya, itu pengajaran buat kita. So we learn to have devotion towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala constantly, to show. That's what I'm saying. Our purpose is for Allah. So even though in life, I'm afraid, Ya Rabb, I'm in need of you, Ya Allah. I'm in need of you, Ya Allah, to help me to survive in my family, my marriage, my everything, my life. Stick and linked towards you. Nothing else. And I ask for the best. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. All the purpose of having good spouses, either wife or husband, and to have a decent children, nothing else except for us to taqwa. Waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Nothing else. That's what I said. Reflect and ponder all ayah, all verses in the Quran that mentioning about marriage and everything. Nothing except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, most of them, except at the end of it, will make us realize that it is back to Allah. That's it. That's the purpose really, my brothers and sisters. Jadi kalau kita nak berumah tangga, insyaAllah I'm iman. I want to have someone iman. Ask Allah. You might get it. You might not. You might get it. You might not. The same level of iman. Because why? We are completing one another. Isn't it? You want to get the same one. Same pace. Same level. Same page. Okay, start with it. Might success. Might not. You don't have one mu'allaf baru masuk agama Islam. One not. But with full determination and asking Allah's help and positive thinking towards Allah, really practicing religion, Allah bring this mu'allaf sama, bahkan lebih daripada kita yang beriman asalnya. Allah juga, is everything Allah. So look, depends how our mentality about conducting our life, our understanding, adakah aku yang empunya hidup ini? I'm the owner of the life. I'm the owner of the life. I want to manage and govern my own life. Or you think that Allah allow me to live my life accordingly, but I need your help, ya Allah, because I'm your slave. That's how do you want to portray yourself as a servant of Allah in this time? Faham? Kerana itu saya kata, kalau kita faham puncanya kenapa hidup kita untuk Allah, masukkan itu poin utama dalam setiap episod dalam kehidupan. Pasti ada. Tak jumpa iman yang sama level, tapi orangnya baik, sedia ask Allah, if this is really my future husband or wife, allow me ya Allah. Istikhara, ask Allah, move. Kalau mau tunggu ustaz yang melamar atau ustazah yang datang, di London susahlah. Betul kan? Di London sikit ustaznya, balik kampung. Ada banyak. Tunggu, umurnya dah 50, ustazahnya tak sampai. Yang yang lebih kurang saja kan. Yang biasa saja, tapi momentum untuk agama itu berterusan, and dengan Allah itu kuat. Allah jaga sudah pasti. Devotion tu samalah ya soalannya. Ya, yang tadi itu apa? Iman sama iman mau dicari jodoh pasangannya, dua-dua iman yang kuat dan sebagainya. The more devoted. Ya, sama. How do we want to expect our spouse to be more devoted than us if we don't start? This formula saya pegang ini. Kalau if husband, ini untuk husband, kalau mau isteri love us more, we need to love her more. You look, they will come double. Husband, if you want your wife to respect you, you respect her, they will respect you double. Husband, if you want your wife to serve you, you serve her, you will see double. Husband, if you want to everything, because we are the head of the family, we are the leader, we are the captain, king, tanpa kong. Kita mau kingnya saja, kongnya tak nak. If you are king in the house, you serve. You look how your family serve you back. For the sake of Allah. Ini Rasulullah SAW buat gitu. Rasul bukan keluar saja, dia juga menguli tepung untuk roti, dia juga sapu-sapu rumahnya, bersihkan halaman rumahnya, dia juga menjaga anak bermain, dia juga pergi masjid, imam di masjid, semua dia. Lihat pusingan return. So husband, if you want people to love you, you love more. You respect you respect more. You respect, they respect you more. Macam itu. So you want devoted wife or husband, you start. You baca Quran hari-hari. Dia nampak suaminya asyik baca Quran. Satu hari pergi masjid, satu hari imam di rumah. Itu cukup untuk kita lah. Ya, kalau mau 5 kali pergi ke masjid, mungkin orang kata itu mustahil. Tapi pasang niat, insya-Allah there will time I will go to masjid 5 times a day for men. But for now, start one day you imam in your house, and one every day you go out for masjid. You sort it yourself. How? Is it Fajar? Or is it Maghrib I want to imam? Or is it Fajar I want to imam? Or Isha I want to... It's up to you. As long one day you out, one day you in. And every day read Quran. You look how your family, wife and children love you and understand you. Try. Itu I said, religion is practice. Dia bukan cakap. You want to see the effect, practice, do it. Satu hari sembahyang di rumah, imam sama anak-anak dan isteri. Satu hari kita keluar, hari yang sama kita kena pergi masjid. Masjid ni untuk kita lelaki, korban, sacrifice. Nanti tengok isteri kita sayang, anak-anaknya. Dan wife, this is nasihat for wives. I end my session this way. For wife, whatever you do for the sake of Allah. If you cook for the sake of Allah, not to please your husband. Yeah. Nowadays, mothers, wife cook a lot at home. Masaknya sedap. Lalu diberi makan kepada keluarga. Ya, suaminya perutnya besar. Malas ke masjid, malas mengaji, malas. Ya, memang bagus, masaknya sedap. The food is nice. But the intention not to feed, to give energy. But jadi husband aku tidak keluar rumah. Keluar rumah buat apa? Kerja balik, jadi kerbau. Makan balik. Makan rumput balik kandang. Makan rumput balik kandang. Umurnya sudah meningkat, tua, disembelih. Iya, maksudnya begitu kan? Apa? Husband itukah tugasnya husband? Husband gitu kan? Mana Al-Quran untuk anak-anaknya? Mana nak dengar masa untuk ngajinya isteri? Apa nak ajar fardu ainnya? Solatnya macam mana? Mari sini panggil duduk sambil minum teh, baca tasyahud akhir. At-tahiyyatul mubarakat. Oh, bagus. Kamu mari sini baca doa kunut. Mari baba mau dengar, papa nak dengar. Mama, mari papa. Oh, terima kasih masaknya bagus. Hari ini masak, hari ini tak apa, besok jangan masak, makan yang sama. Tidak apa, lebih kurang. Tetapi practical. Or else the husband just big belly sitting at home. Is that the real meaning of happiness? Real meaning of happiness itukah? Kalau sahabat, companions radhiyallahu taala anhum ajma'in macam itu, tak sampai Islam ke Nusantara. Betul. Lelaki keluarnya bukan Islam saja. Napoleon Bonaparte. Dia duduk rumah saja kah? Kan keluar kan, pusing satu dunia, katanya pusing satu dunia, naik kapal. Kerana sifatnya lelaki itu sacrifice. Kena keluar. Tak sayang isteri, bukan tidak sayang isteri keluarga. Tak, tugas papa harus pergi masjid. Tugas papa mesti berani sacrifice. Tugas papa kena belajar agama. Jadi papa pulang ke rumah, papa boleh mengaji. Ajar kamu, ajar anak-anak, pastikan. Ada masa papa imam. Ada masa papa kena pergi masjid untuk jadi makmum. Jadi iman papa kuat. Kalau apa-apa berlaku kepada keluarga, papa bagi semangat, sabar. Allah bagi kita cobaan. Setelah mana Allah bagi nikmat, sabar sedikit. Macam itu suami. Ini bagi makan suaminya boroi. Perutnya besar. Boroi itu bahasa Melayu. Perutnya boroi itu besar. Kan tak ada manfaat. Jadi kalau kena kegoncangan dalam keluarga ini, apa semua tak tahu. Suaminya tak kuat, istrinya tak kuat, anaknya semua terkapai, tak tahu. Tak ada, tak survive. Can't survive. Kita sudah akui tadi. Agama penting. Kerana agama itu dipraktik akan menjadikan spiritual kuat. Apa-apa berlaku, yakin Allah ada. Allah bantu. Kalau tak ada amal agama, spiritual lemah, agama goyang, keluarganya goyang, tak sukses. Jadi ibu kalau masak, ingat niatnya untuk suami kuat. Disuruh suami, sudah makan sudah maghrib nih, sudah keluar masjid, gitu ibu. Itu baru devotednya dulu, sama standard. Kalau suami malas, ibunya kuat. Kalau suami kuat, dia tolong ibunya. Macam itu agama. Wallahu taala alam. Cukup sampai sini ya. Yang lainnya kita boleh sambung di lain masa insyaAllah.
InsyaAllah. Barakallahu fikum, Ustad. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for this session, and I think Ustad needs to go as well. So we'd like to close this session with Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And I think the next session will continue after a break. I can see lots of snacks on the table. Udah bisa dipersilahkan. Okay, I think you guys are ready. So if you want to make your way and grab some refreshments, feel free to do so.
Sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. عملت سوءا وظلمت نفسي فاغفر لي فإنه لا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين. Saya pohon maaf apa-apa terkurang, terlebih dari sudut bahasa, dari sudut gaya, dari sudut pemahaman, apa yang lebih dan kurang saya pohon maaf. Ya, semoga ada manfaatnya perkongsian ini. Yang pertama untuk diri saya dan kemudiannya untuk ibu-ibu dan bapak-bapak sekalian. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Keluar ya. Mungkin dalam bangunan atau saya.
Title-nya diganti. Iya, kata. Saya moderator. Baru break ya. Ada. Iya.
Oh, boleh dong. Bapak berhak. Pemegang saham. Iya. Oh, bukan, ini dari kolektor. Sampai 1800.
Jadwalnya apa? Just so I know what to speak about.
Bahasa Indonesia itu salah satu bahasa paling sederhana. Tidak ada gender, tidak ada jamaah, tidak ada.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum everyone. We are approaching our last session with Ustadz Salim Afillah. Could everyone please just have a seat, make yourself comfortable, but stay and keep your attention. First of all, I will introduce me and myself. My name is Ihsan. I'm a master student in University College London. I will introduce our next speaker, which is Ustadz Salim Afillah. So Ustadz Salim is a preacher and author with more than 15 books already published in Pro-U Media. The books genres range from Islamic and national history, tradition, romance, religious story, and inspiration. His first book in 2003 entitled Nikmatnya Pacaran Setelah Pernikahan. He's also a lead contributor to Masjid Jogokarian, which is famous for its exceptional management. And Ustadz Salim is also active in social media, in particular in Instagram with 1.4 million and more followers to date. He studied in Senior High School 1, Yogyakarta, of which he was the head of the student union, and he graduated from Electrical Engineering, University of Gajah Mada. All right.
Enough.
Okay, for Ustaz Salim, time and place is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah al-malikul haqqul mubin wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh sadiqul wa'dil amin. Ladies and gentlemen, all of my friends who attended this seminar with our teacher, Ustadz Zaki and Ustadz siapa satunya tadi ya? Imam Ajmal. Barakallahu fikum jami'an. We thank Allah for this chance to meet, and we will study and learn about Islamic marriage and its values, its blessings from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala in our life. So we can build a baiti jannati, a paradise before our real paradise next in afterlife. This topic is very hard for me to deliver in English, of course. So I will make it gadu-gadu, campur-campur in Javanese English or Jenglish, and in bahasa Indonesia, of course. Okay. We start from one ayah in Al-Quranul Karim. This ayah is very popular in Indonesia. Almost every couple printed this ayah in their marriage invitation. This ayah is Surah Ar-Rum, verse 21. Any one of you can recite this ayah for me and for us? Surah Ar-Rum, verse 21. I thought all of you, have know this ayah before, and maybe any one of you who have faith in this ayah. Any volunteer to recite?
Anyone is willing to recite the ayah? If not, I will.
Yes, of course you. You are the representation of all.
Ar-Rum, 21st ayah.
Yeah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يتفكرون.
Masya Allah, beautiful recitation. Jazakallahu khairan. So this ayah, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala said, wa min ayatihi, dan di antara tanda-tanda kebesarannya, and among his sign, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala menyampaikan kepada kita tanda-tanda kebesaran yang sangat banyak dalam surah Ar-Rum ini. Dan di antaranya tidak kalah besar, tidak kalah agung, tidak kalah dahsyat dari penciptaan langit dan bumi, dari silih bergantinya malam dan siang, dari pengisaran angin, awan dan hujan, dari penciptaan manusia, dari seorang laki-laki dan seorang perempuan sampai berkembang, berbangsa-bangsa, bersuku-suku, berbeda warna kulit, berbeda bahasa. Wa min ayatihi, di antara tanda-tanda kebesaran itu, an khalaqalakum, that Allah create for all of you, bahwa Allah Subhanahu wa taala menciptakan dari diri kalian, from yourselves, dari diri-diri kalian, azwaja, pasangan, couples, litaskunu ilaiha, supaya kamu merasakan sakinah, ketentraman. So you will find sakinah. From your couple. Wa ja'ala bainakum. Dan Allah menjadikan di antara kalian and Allah make between the two of you mawaddatan, ulama said mawaddatan is just a kind of many kinds of love. This kind of love, mawaddah, nearly similar to erotic romantic love. If sakinah is a kind of, also a kind of love, that bring a warm and enjoyable feelings in the heart. Mawaddah, according to tafsir, is close to erotic romantic love meanings. Warahmatan, and Allah makes between the two of you, rahmah. Rahmah is also a kind of love that in Indonesia we sing a song in our kindergarten, hanya memberi, tak harap kembali, bagai sang surya menyinari dunia. That is rahmah. So in this ayah, Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala told us that marriage is one of his ayah, his sign. So this ayah opened with wa min ayatihi, and it's closed with inna fi dzalika la ayah. Dibuka ayat ini dengan di antara tanda-tanda kebesaran Allah. Ditutup ayat ini dengan sesungguhnya dalam yang demikian itu terdapat tanda-tanda kebesaran Allah. Liqaumi yatafakkarun, bagi kaum yang mau berfikir. Ini adalah ayat yang sangat indah. This is a very beautiful ayah. So we will learn from the starting of this ayah. Wa min ayatihi. Di antara tanda-tanda kebesaran Allah. Ummul Mukminin Aisyah said that Marriage is a sensitive moment. Pernikahan adalah peristiwa yang sangat penuh dengan kepekaan. Maka sangat tergantung bagi masing-masing untuk meraih keberkahannya. To reach its blessings is depend on every personalities. Yakni maksudnya dijelaskan oleh para ulama, sesungguhnya seberapa seseorang memuliakan dan mengagungkan tanda-tanda kebesaran Allah itu, maka sedemikian itu pula dia akan mendapatkan dari Allah keberkahan dari pernikahannya. Semakin kita memuliakan dan mengagungkan pernikahan, maka sebesar itu pula Allah akan memberikan berkah bagi pernikahan kita. How much we respect the marriage, so Allah will give us the blessings as much as that. Kenapa? Karena pernikahan itu diberi nama tanda kebesaran Allah karena dia ikatan yang meminjam nama Allah. Sebuah perjanjian, an agreement, borrowing the name of Allah to legalize a very sacred things. Untuk mengesahkan sesuatu yang sangat sakral, sesuatu yang sangat agung. Kita meminjam asma Allah. In the Quran, the marriage mentioned with a phrase. This phrase is mitsaqan ghalidha. Ada satu frase di dalam Al-Quran untuk menyebut pernikahan, yaitu mitsaqan ghalidha. Mitsaqan ghalidha, perjanjian yang berat. A very serious agreement. And in the Quran, this phrase, mitsaqan ghalidha, stated only 3 times. Hanya ada 3 kali muncul di dalam Al-Quran kata mitsaqan ghalidha ini. Yang pertama untuk menyebut perjanjian antara Allah dengan para Rasul ulul azmi. An agreement between Allah and His messengers, Nuh, Ibrahim, Musa, Isa, and Muhammad alaihi wassalatu wassalam. Perjanjian mitsaqan ghalidha antara Allah dan para Rasul ulul azmi bahwa mereka akan berjuang membawa risalahnya dan tidak menyerah apapun yang dihadapi. That they will struggle to spread the message of Allah to their people, to the human beings, whatever they must face in their struggle. Second one, mitsaqan ghalidha, stated in the agreement between Allah and Bani Israel. So Allah left the Tursina mountain up on their heads Diangkat gunung Tursina itu di atas kepalanya seluruh puak Bani Israel, seluruh suku-suku Bani Israel. Sebagai sebuah sumpah perjanjian. As a very serious agreement between Allah and Bani Israel. And the third one, Mitsaqan Ghalidha, refers to Aqdun Nikah, to the marriage agreement. So from this we know that a marriage is a very serious matter. Akad nikah itu setara dengan perjanjian antara Allah dengan para Rasul Ulul Azmi dan perjanjian Allah dengan Bani Israel sampai Allah mengangkat gunung Tursina di atas kepala mereka. Maka siapa yang menghormati pernikahan dengan penghormatan semacam ini, dialah yang akan mendapatkan keberkahan pernikahannya. When you got married, of course, there will be tests for you in your life between you and your wives, between you and your husbands. There will be tests. Akan ada ujian-ujian. Tetapi ketika kita menghormati pernikahan, memuliakan pernikahan, maka kita bisa mengatakan, we can say to the problem, in our life, oh problem, wahai masalah, you are temporary. Kamu cuma sementara, wahai masalah. But our marriage is eternal because we borrow the name of Allah and Allah is eternal. Wahai masalah, kamu sementara. Tapi ikatan pernikahan kami ini abadi. Karena kami ketika menikah menggunakan asma Allah dan Allah itu zat yang maha abadi. Wa min ayatihi. This is sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And as Muslim, we know that not only nikah is mitsaqan ghalidha, but also Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam mentioned an-nikahu min sunnati faman raghiba an sunnati falaysa minni. Nikah is one of my traditions, my sunnah. And whoever hate my tradition, my sunnah, he or she is not part of us. Ceritanya pada suatu hari ada orang-orang yang menghadap Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Kemudian mereka mengatakan kepada Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, ya Rasulullah, saya akan sholat terus pada malam hari dan tidak tidur. Orang yang kedua mengatakan, saya akan puasa terus pada siang hari dan tidak berbuka. Orang yang ketiga mengatakan, dan saya tidak akan menikah supaya saya bisa fokus beribadah. Jadi tiga orang ini menghadap Nabi dengan menyampaikan niatnya masing-masing. They told Rasulullah SAW what will they do for their ibadah to Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala. One of them said, I will pray in the night between after Isya until subuh. and I will not sleep. Second one said, I will fast every day. And the third one said, I will not marry, so I can focus to pray and to fast and for ibadah only. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam denies them, and he, peace be upon him, said that, Alastu atqakum, apakah aku ini bukan orang yang paling bertakwa di antara kalian? You know that I am the pious one between all of you. Tetapi aku sholat, tapi aku juga tidur. I pray and also I sleep. Tetapi aku puasa, aku juga berbuka. I fast and also there are days when Rasulullah SAW doesn't fast. And Rasulullah SAW got married. So Rasulullah SAW underlined the message, an-nikahu min sunnati faman raghiba an sunnati falaysa minni. Di sini kita memahami betapa besar Nabi SAW memberikan perhatian kepada pernikahan sebagai sunnahnya. Dan beliau menyebutnya, barang siapa menikah maka telah sempurna separuh agamanya. Faqad istakmala nisfa dinihi, maka dia telah menyempurnakan separuh agamanya. Become perfect half of his deen. Kenapa pernikahan disebut separuh agama? Yang pertama, karena dia terkait dengan keimanan kepada Allah. Iyakunu fuqara ayughniyahumullahu min fadlih. Bahwa keyakinan kepada Allah, jika keadaan orang yang membutuhkan pernikahan, memerlukan pernikahan karena hendak menjaga hawa nafsunya supaya dia tidak jatuh kepada perkara yang haram, itu miskin, maka Allah yang akan memberikan kecukupan. Juga karena dengan menikah maka tertutup salah satu pintu setan yang paling lebar, yaitu pintu syahwat untuk menggoda manusia dan menjatuhkannya ke dalam dosa. Selain pintu syubhat. Dan yang ketiga, pernikahan disebut separuh agama karena di dalam pernikahanlah begitu banyak perintah-perintah dalam agama ini bisa diamalkan. There are many teachings of this deen that only could be practiced in a family. Jadi rekan-rekan sekalian yang dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala, inilah nilai yang sangat tinggi dari pernikahan, dimuliakan Allah sebagai mitsaqan ghalidha, dijadikan sunnah oleh Nabi SAW, disebut sebagai separuh agama. An khalaqalakum, bahwa Allah menciptakan untuk kalian. That Allah create for all of you. Min anfusikum, from yourselves. Yang pertama, anfus, nafas, maknanya adalah diri. So we know that Allah created Hawa from part of Adam. Like stated in hadith written by Imam Al-Bukhari in his Sahih, that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Rasulullah bersabda, sesungguhnya Allah menciptakan Hawa dari tulang rusuk Adam sebelah kiri. Hawa diciptakan dari tulang rusuk Adam sebelah kiri. Seorang sastrawan mengatakan dalam puisinya kalimat yang sangat indah. Bukan dari tulang ubun-ubun wanita dicipta, sebab berbahaya kalau dia hanya disanjung dan dipuja. Bukan juga dari tulang kaki wanita dicipta, karena sangat hinalah lelaki yang menginjak dan memperbudak kaum putri. Tetapi dari rusuk kiri, dekat ke heart, dekat ke jantung hati, untuk dicintai, to be loved, dekat ke tangan, untuk dilindungi. Jadi Allah Subhanahu wa taala menciptakan Hawa itu dari rusuknya Adam, bukan dari tulang kepala, bukan dari tulang kaki, tapi dari tulang rusuk sebelah kiri, dekat ke jantung hati untuk dicintai, dekat ke tangan untuk dilindungi. Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam adalah contoh terbaik. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the best example how to treat woman. Khairukum khairukum li ahlihi. The best of you is who the best to his wife, the best to his family. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the example for this matter. Ada satu cerita. Pada suatu hari ada tamu. Rasulullah had guys, and Rasulullah SAW talk with them in the house of Ummul Mukminin Aisyah. Rasulullah SAW berbincang dengan para tamunya di rumah ibunda kita Aisyah. Lama mereka berbincang, belum ada makanan atau minuman di situ. Maka kemudian ada salah satu istri Nabi yang lain, yaitu Ummu Salamah. Another Ummul Mukminin, Ummu Salamah radhiyallahu anha, prepare foods and drinks, and then she called one of her servant and told her, bring this to the guests of Rasulullah SAW in the house of Aisyah. Jadi pelayan ini kemudian membawa makanan itu kepada para tamu Rasulullah di rumah Aisyah. Kemudian Rasulullah sangat bahagia, sangat senang dengan kiriman makanan itu. Jadi Rasulullah SAW make dua for the servant and make dua for Ummu Salamah and said jazakunallahu khairan katsiran. And then Rasulullah SAW said to the guys, please eat, silahkan makan, tafaddalu kulu. Ketika para tamu sedang mengulurkan tangannya untuk mengambil makanan, they want to take the food and eat it. Ummul Mukminin Aisyah is very jealous because Rasulullah SAW make dua, a beautiful dua for Ummu Salamah, and she also jealous because this is her house. This is her house. Who permit anyone to serve the food for the guys in her house? So Ummul Mukminin Aisyah is angry and jealous. She came out from her room and straightly walked into the majlis where Rasulullah SAW sit down with the guys. And Ummul Mukminin Aisyah beat the plate. Piring itu dipukul oleh ibunda kita Aisyah sampai kemudian pecah dan hidangannya berantakan. Because she was very angry and jealous. How did Rasulullah SAW react to this? Apakah Rasulullah SAW kemudian berdiri berkaca pinggang marah-marah? Dasar istri gak tahu diri, kamu lagi jamu tamu malah piringnya dibanting sampai pecah. Makanan berantakan. No, Rasulullah SAW didn't get angry at all. Rasulullah is very calm, sangat tenang. Sama sekali beliau tidak terpancing dan tidak marah-marah. Rasulullah SAW let Ummul Mukminin Aisyah with her actions, and then Ummul Mukminin Aisyah go into her room again. Goes into her room again. And then Rasulullah SAW take the scattered plate. Beliau ambil piring yang pecah berantakan itu, beliau letakkan di tangannya. Kemudian beliau ambili makanan-makanan yang berhamburan. Rasulullah SAW also take the food. Yang kotor-kotor beliau bersihkan dengan ujung bajunya sampai bersih. Kemudian beliau letakkan lagi di wadah. Habis itu beliau taruh makanan itu di depan para tamu tadi. Setelah dibersihkan semuanya, beliau mengatakan, Kulu wal afu gharat ummukum. Silahkan makan, mohon maaf ya, tadi ibu kalian hanya sedang cemburu saja. Very calm, very honest. Beliau tidak menutup-nutupi. Ini memang ibunda kita Aisyah lagi cemburu. Beliau jujur. Silahkan makan. Mohon maaf ya, tadi ibu kalian sedang cemburu. And then Ummul Mukminin Aisyah comes again to the majlis dengan penuh penyesalan. Dengan sedih. Dan dia mengatakan kepada Nabi SAW, Ya Rasulullah, terus bagaimana? Ya Rasulullah, I'm very sorry. So what must I do to repent? Faqala Nabi SAW, and Rasulullah SAW said, piring diganti piring, makanan diganti makanan. You just have to replace the plate with your plate, the food with another food. Just it. Ini sangat solutif, ini sangat menyelesaikan masalah tanpa menyakiti. Nabi SAW tidak marah-marah, tidak mengumpat, tidak menghina ibunda kita Aisyah. Beliau menunggu sampai ibunda kita Aisyah menyesal. Dan ketika ibunda kita Aisyah menyesal, beliau juga tidak kemudian menuntutnya dengan tuntutan ini itu yang macam-macam, apalagi mencibir, apalagi menghina, tidak. Beliau memberikan solusi apa yang harus dilakukan supaya ibunda kita Aisyah bisa menebus kesalahan. Beautiful. Kata orang London, lovely. Min anfusikum. And min anfusikum also means from your souls. Not only from yourselves, but from your souls. So, the bonding between you and your wives, you and your husbands, is not only physically, but also between two souls. Min anfusikum. Kalau ini tentang jiwa, maka memilihnya juga harus berdasarkan kesejiwaan. Khalil Gibran dalam salah satu karyanya berkata, jangan kau kira cinta itu datang dari pendekatan yang tekun dan keakraban yang lama. Love doesn't come from an intense approach and from a long intimate. No. Cinta itu, kata dia, adalah anak dari kecocokan jiwa. Cinta itu adalah anak dari kecocokan jiwa. Maka jika tidak ada kecocokan jiwa, cinta juga tidak akan pernah hadir selama-lamanya. Meskipun tiap hari bersama, meskipun tiap saat ingin mendekat, tapi tidak. Cinta bukan itu. Rasulullah SAW said in one of his hadith, al-arwahu junudum mujannadah, ma ta'arafa minha talafa, wa ma tanakara minha talafa. Al-arwahu junudum mujannadah. Ruh-ruh itu seperti pasukan dalam kesatuan. The souls of human beings itu seperti junudun mujannadah. Unit of armies. Seperti kesatuan pasukan-pasukan. Yang saling mengenal akan langsung sepakat. Dan yang saling merasa asing akan langsung baku tembak. Kalau unit pasukan satu sama lain mengenali dari sandinya, from the course of between them, so they know that that is our friend. That unit is our friend. From the course, they know each other. But if the code didn't suit, they will clash. Oke. Jadi kalau pasukan itu saling kenal, mereka langsung sepakat. Tapi kalau tidak saling kenal, maka pasti clash. Nah, kalau pasukan saling kenal ya satu sama lain dengan kode, dengan sandi tadi, apa yang membuat satu jiwa mengenal jiwa yang lain? Also code. We call that code iman. The code deep in our heart. Iman. So with iman, they will match each other. They become couple. Kita menyebutnya menjadi sejiwa. Karena sama-sama bertasbih, sama-sama bertakbir, sama-sama mengagungkan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Rumus jodoh bisa beda-beda. Ada sungai mengalir ketemu sungai yang lain menjadi sungai yang lebih besar. Kita ketemu ada pasangan itu suami sama istri mirip sekali. Bapaknya rendah hati, ibunya juga rendah hati. Bapaknya ramah, ibunya juga ramah. Bapaknya humoris, ibunya juga humoris. Kita ketemu couple semacam itu. Ada pasangan yang Allah satukan karena kemiripan. They are similar. So they become couple. But gak harus begitu. Kita menemukan ada panas, ketemu dingin, menghasilkan hangat. They are also couple. Antara panas dengan dingin menghasilkan hangat. Kita ketemu, ada suami pendiam sekali. Very silent husband. And his wife, istrinya cerewet sekali. A very noisy wife. But they become couple. Because maybe the husband love to hear and the wife love to talk. Ini namanya perpaduan, keseimbangan, balance. They want to find balance in their life. So they attract to the opposite. But they also couple. Mereka juga jodoh. Ada juga rumus jodoh itu lautan yang tenang ketemu angin yang ribut jadinya badai. From a calm ocean and a storm, a wave, a wind, a powerful wind, and becoming a storm in the sea. Like Rasulullah SAW and Khadijah. Khadijah is like a very calm ocean. And Rasulullah SAW is like a wind that blows for the good of others. Sadaqah, help the orphans, and help the poor. So when they meet, it's become the storm of goodness to other people. They also jodoh, couple. Rumusnya berbeda-beda. Tapi semua itu karena satu hal. Mereka sejiwa. Karena sama-sama mengabdi kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. This is how to reach the next meaning of the ayah. Sakinah, mawaddah, rahmah. To get sakinah, to get mawaddah, to get rahmah in your marriage life, you have to fulfill the conditions min anfusikum, dari yang sejiwa. Niat menikahnya sama-sama untuk ibadah kepada Allah. The marriage as an obedience to Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala, sebagai ketaatan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala. And everybody starts from iman. As a couple, from iman. And Allah will give you sakinah. Sakinah is the ultimate blessings in marriage life, because with sakinah you can achieve many more things in life. Kalau jiwa kita tentram, kalau jiwa kita tenang, maka kita bisa meraih berbagai hal yang lain. So, dengan sakinah itu kita terjaga dari dosa, kita bisa membangun ikatan yang kuat, bonding dengan pasangan kita bisa meletakkan dia pada prioritas-prioritas, meletakkan pasangan kita pada prioritas. Cenderung dalam bahasa Indonesia. Kalau dipikir-pikir begini, sebelum menikah pengen makan apa, ada uangnya, tempatnya dia terjangkau, kita akan cari kuliner, makanan yang seperti itu. But after marriage, kita lihat makanan saja, yang pertama kita pikirkan adalah yang di rumah makan apa ya? Sakinah. And also mawaddah. In mawaddah, we learn to communicate, to know what is difference between men and women, how they think, how they talk, how they feel, how they communicate, how they maintain the relationships. There are some differences between men and women. We must communicate. We want to get the harmony of the difference of men and women. This is mawaddah. And then rahmah. When you forgive without he or she asks for forgiveness to us. When you understand, try to understand without his or her explanation. When you give your best to your couples, there's rahmah. Okay, I have warned that my time is up, so I return to the time to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Alright, thank you very much. Jazakallahu khair, Ustaz Saibafillah. We will continue to the question and answer session. So, if anyone want to ask something, please do visit the link and I will happy to read it for you. All right. Before we load the questions, let me summarize a bit of what the Ustad has talked about. So it's about marriage. It is one of the signs of His power that He created us in pairs, and through it He provides us with sakinah or tranquility, with mawaddah or patience, and with rahmah or mercy. And it is a sign for those who think. Marriage is a heavenly commitment, a bond stronger than any glue, which grows as you respect it. The more you respect marriage, the more you benefit from it. It is a priority that higher than all of your problems, and we ought to put our marriage on top of your problems, on top of our problems. And it is part of the Prophet's sunnah. It is part of our ibadah, of equal status with fasting and salah. It is not in the Prophet's tradition that we neglect one due to another. Marriage is half of the Deen, and that Allah will provide all of His servants that intend to complete their Deen. Marriage is also about managing difference. Ustad Salim has told us about the story when Aisha got jealous and the Prophet treated her in a lovely manner. And marriage is about a function. It is a function of two souls, a combination of two souls, which is somehow there is no exact function. We can be hot and she can be cold. I can be hot and she can be cold, and then we can combine into warm water. Or someone is like a coffee and another is like a tea, and then it combines into something beautiful. Okay, unfortunately I am having a bit of connection trouble, so I would like to anyone that's already asked to maybe raise your hand and
mashallah.
Okay, we have one more mic somewhere there. Thank you, brother. Jazakallah.
Oh, Masya Allah.
Gak apa-apa Mbak, silahkan. Ya.
Halo. Ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Masya Allah, terima kasih Ustadz atas wejangan yang telah disampaikan. Saya kebetulan single saat ini dan sudah 1 sampai 2 tahun ke belakang cukup intens mempelajari tentang pernikahan dan mempersiapkan. Tapi saya jarang sekali menemukan referensi yang menceritakan tentang pernikahan berbeda negara, antar negara, pernikahan Islam berbeda negara. Nah, padahal sebenarnya apa yang saya kebetulan di sini student, apa yang saya alami di sini mungkin teman-teman di sini juga mengalami bahwa masya Allah kami di sini bertemu dengan banyak teman-teman dari berbagai negara gitu di seluruh dunia, dari Timur Tengah, dari Afrika dan lain sebagainya. Nah, dari segala interaksi yang kami lakukan itu ada kemungkinan kami bertemu dengan kami cenderung terhadap seorang ikhwan, gitu. Tapi yang bukan dari orang Indonesia, seperti itu.
I will support that point.
Tapi permasalahannya Ustadz, ketika saya pahami bahwa praktek Islam mereka itu terkadang berbeda dengan praktek Islam Indonesia, gitu. Jadi ada hal-hal yang mungkin ketika nanti kita menikah akan menjadi satu yang
tantangan,
konflik gitu. Contoh kecil misalnya kalau kita orang Indonesia ketika mendengar azan ayo kita sama-sama sholat yuk, tapi mereka yang dari negara yang minoritas Islam, mereka nggak ada kesadaran itu gitu ketika mendengar adzan. Jadi bagaimana Ustadz menanggapi hal ini? Apakah ini menjadi sesuatu yang perlu kita waspadai sejak dini atau menjadi sesuatu yang sebenarnya ini tidak masalah?
Oke, thank you.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, saya menjawab terlebih dahulu pertanyaan ini. Di Istanbul ada majelis pengajian khusus ibu-ibu Indonesia yang suaminya adalah orang Turki. Saya beberapa kali mengisi pengajian ini dan memang mereka bercerita, mereka sharing tentang pengalamannya. Ya awal-awal kita shock, Ustadz, suami kita sama anjing santai banget, dipeluk-peluk, dibawa-bawa, di sofa barengan sama anjing. Ternyata dalam mazhab Hanafi mereka, ya anjing itu ya tidak seperti dalam pemahaman kita di mazhab Syafi'i. Kita memahaminya najis keseluruhannya, dia hanya memahami najis kalau menjilat suatu wadah. Di luar itu tidak najis gitu misalnya. Jadi itu juga menjadi satu tantangan tersendiri bagi mereka. Nah di luar itu sebenarnya bagi saya justru ketika ya dengan syarat dan hal tertentu yang dipersiapkan, justru pernikahan-pernikahan semacam ini saya sangat mendukung gitu ya. Dan ibu-ibu di Turki ini alhamdulillah mereka mengatakan majelisnya rutin terus berjalan. Justru karena mereka menghadapi situasi yang berbeda ini lalu mereka jadi kompak ngaji gitu. Jadi pengen tahu lebih banyak. Jadi kemudian mereka harus kemudian memahami fikih dari sisinya dan dari visi suaminya bagaimana mengharmonikannya dalam kehidupan rumah tangga. Itu menurut saya sangat menarik. Nah jadi artinya kalau kita memiliki kesiapan, siap secara mental, siap secara ilmu, ya untuk kemudian berada dalam kehidupan pernikahan berbeda bangsa dan juga tadi konsekuensinya berbeda mazhab fikih katakanlah begitu, baik saya kira. Karena sesungguhnya jangankan beda negara, beda mazhab fikih. Saya dengan istri saya itu sama-sama suku Jawa. Tetapi kalau kita tidak mempersiapkan untuk memahami perbedaan-perbedaannya, apa ini? Waktu habis, bukan? Oke. Itu juga akan jadi masalah. Saya beri contoh sederhana. Istri saya dari Ngawi, Jawa Timur. Ngawi itu Jawa Timur tapi paling nempel dengan Jawa Tengah. Jadi Jawa Timur yang paling barat. Saya dari Jogja. Tapi begini, kami sama-sama Jawa ini, istri saya itu tumbuh di sebuah keluarga, saya juga baru tahu setelah menikah, di mana ayahnya seorang pejabat tingkat kabupaten, ibunya seorang ibu rumah tangga. Kebiasaan di pagi hari di antara kami, saya di rumah bapak ibu saya, dia di rumah bapak ibunya, itu berbeda sekali. Jadi saya juga baru tahu setelah kami menikah. Kalau pagi hari, ibu mertua saya itu akan sudah menyiapkan jajan pasar, kopi dan teh, makan besar untuk bapak yang akan pergi ke kantor. Dan ibu mendampingi bapak baca koran sambil makan jajan pasar itu ada klepon, ada mungkin ubi rebus atau apa sambil ngeteh ngopi. Nanti kalau bapak mau mandi, ibu itu membawakan handuknya ngantar sampai pintu kamar mandi. Nanti ketika bapak selesai mandi mau makan, maka ibu yang ngambilkan nasi. Pak, sekulnya segini cukup atau enggak? Pak, segini cukup atau tidak nasinya gitu ya. Terus Pak, opornya mau pakai paha atau dada gitu ya, diambilkan. Bapak makan, bapak mertua saya makan, ibu mertua saya mendampingi di sampingnya. Apa yang dibutuhkan, misalnya tiba-tiba perlu air, perlu minum air putih, diambilkan dan sebagainya. Lalu bapak akan bersiap tindak ke kantor dengan baju yang sudah disiapkan tadi. Bahkan kadang-kadang ibu saya sempat untuk menalikan tali sepatunya bapak mertua. Lalu kemudian bapak mertua akan mengantar ibu mertua akan mengantar bapak mertua ke kendaraannya, mengulungkan tasnya, lalu dada-dada di depan beranda rumah sampai bapak mertua saya itu kendaraannya hilang dari pandangan, baru akan masuk lagi. Itu di keluarga istri saya. Di keluarga saya, bapak saya seorang guru, ibu saya juga seorang guru, sama-sama pengajar. Apa yang terjadi? Kadang-kadang ibu harus berangkat lebih awal karena mengajar jam pertama, bapak mungkin jam ketiga atau jam keempat. Sehingga di rumah saya sangat biasa, misalnya ibu mengatakan, Pak, ibu pamit duluan J, kalau mau sarapan nasinya di rice cooker, goreng telur sendiri ya Pak. Itu biasa di rumah saya. Jadi bapak mempersiapkan lauk sendiri, kadang bikin teh sendiri, ya bikinkan untuk anak-anaknya gitu ya, lauk, gorengkan nugget atau apa, itu biasa di keluarga saya. Lalu kami bertemu ketika menikah, tentu dia membawa standar dari keluarganya, saya membawa standar dari keluarga saya. Itu saja saya kan bersyukur. Karena standar dia sebagai istri untuk berkhidmah kepada suami sangat lebih tinggi dari ekspektasi saya. Coba bayangkan kalau saya berasal dari keluarga seperti keluarga dia, istri saya berasal dari keluarga seperti keluarga saya. Apa yang akan terjadi? Ada ekspektasi yang tidak terpenuhi, ada kekecewaan-kekecewaan. Kalau tidak dikomunikasikan, tapi asal dikomunikasikan, dibicarakan, ngobrol, tentu tidak menjadi masalah. Kan prasangka yang paling bahaya dalam rumah tangga itu harusnya tuh dia tahu kalau, dan itu simpel loh kadang-kadang, harusnya tuh dia tahu kalau pulang kerja itu bikinkan teh kok malah kopi. Lah mungkin di keluarganya dia biasanya kopi, di keluarga kita biasanya teh, tapi karena tidak dikomunikasikan menjadi prasangka-prasangka yang mengecewakan dan numpuk-numpuk. Maksud saya cerita ini adalah simple. Beda yang simpel saja bisa menjadi masalah, apalagi beda yang lebih luas dari itu juga bisa menjadi masalah kalau tidak dikomunikasikan. Tapi intinya dengan komunikasi, bahkan perbedaan apapun sangat bisa untuk kita kompromikan. Saya aja kadang-kadang salah, pengen teh bikin sendiri dimarahin sama istri saya. Abah itu mau apa? Bikin teh. Kenapa nggak bilang, duduk sana, aku yang bikinkan. Loh salah loh, bikin sendiri itu salah bagi dia. Karena tadi ya perlu semuanya dikomunikasikan. Artinya bagi teman-teman yang pergaulannya luas gitu ya, ketemu dengan ini lelaki dari berbagai macam bangsa, perempuan dari berbagai macam bangsa, dan berniat untuk menikah, yang terpenting adalah sama-sama punya komitmen untuk bisa saling menyesuaikan diri dan berkomunikasi. Para salafus saleh, misalnya Abu Sulaiman Ad-Darani itu menceritakan, mencontohkan, kami menghabiskan malam pertama kali untuk membicarakan satu sama lain. Apa yang saya sukai, apa yang tidak saya sukai, apa yang dia sukai, apa yang tidak dia sukai. Makanan apa yang disukai, minuman apa yang disukai, yang tidak disukai, pakaian apa yang disukai, apa harapannya saya itu tampilnya kalau di hadapan dia itu mesti bagaimana, itu dibicarakan. Termasuk bahkan teman mana yang kamu sukai dan teman mana yang tidak kamu sukai. Itu dibicarakan. Sampai dibicarakan, kalau aku sedang marah kamu sebaiknya ngapain? Ikut-ikutan marah, bikinin kopi, tinggal tidur, pergi ke kafe. Kan ada banyak pilihan, ketika aku sedang marah apa yang harus kamu lakukan? Itu dikomunikasikan. Kalau kamu marah aku harus ngapain, kalau aku marah kamu harus ngapain? Itu dibicarakan. Ketika ini menjadi basic dari rumah tangga kita, mau berkomunikasi, mau terbuka, mau mengupayakan harmoni bersama-sama, insya Allah Anda menikah dengan orang manapun, bahkan orang yang baru masuk Islam dari suku Aztec misalnya, no problem insya Allah. Asalkan tadi punya komitmen untuk harmoni bersama dan saling menyesuaikan diri. Oke gitu ya Pak ya.
Jazakallah. So the question focus on interracial or international marriage, and in general, as long as there is a commitment to mitigate and consolidate the difference between the spouses, it will be fine. But don't base our marriage upon prejudice. Yes, we need to communicate it. So for example, a scholar and their spouse decided to spend their first night to get to know each other. So in general, Ustaz Salim recommended international marriage.
Yeah,
Inshallah.
of course. I'm very sure about it.
Okay, let's go through the next questions. We have from the link, the question is, so apart from iman, selain iman, what are other things, ada bekal yang lain to prepare to get through our marriage in long term.
Yes.
Dan bagaimana how to keep our mawaddah in the long term.
Okay. What I mean about iman is the commitment. That's the basic matter in every marriage. Commitment. The problem of commitment is the most or the hardest problem in every marriage. The other problem is lack of knowledge, of course. So after iman, after commitment, what we need is ilmu. What we need is thaqafah. We have to learn skill of communication. We have to learn what is the difference between man and woman, as I mentioned before, how they think, how they feel, how they talk, how they communicate, how they perceive something, how they maintain the relationship, how they rise from hard conditions. Jadi kita harus belajar ilmu yang akan mempertahankan keutuhan rumah tangga kita itu dimulai dari memahami skill komunikasi yang benar, kesediaan untuk mendengar, kesediaan untuk menyimak, kesediaan untuk bagi laki-laki misalnya menyimak curhatnya istri. Bagi perempuan misalnya justru memberi ruang bagi laki-laki untuk dia tidak bicara terlebih dahulu, karena ada momen-momen di mana laki-laki itu banyak speechless dalam kehidupan pernikahan. Lalu skill komunikasi itu dikuatkan ya. Ya, kadang-kadang kita melatihnya. We train our communication skill between husband and wife, man and wife. For example, the man is driving not for an exact route, but just around the city without any purpose, just driving, and his wife is behind him, and they talk each other. They talk one another, and without a specific topic, just talk. Bahasa Jawanya itu gelenak-gelenik. We called it in Javanese gelenak-gelenik. It's a couple time for you. Nggak harus mahal. Misalnya, kalau couple time berarti harus candlelight dinner di rumah makan yang sudah review Michelin bintang 3. Nggak harus begitu. Gitu ya. Pokoknya jalan kaki berdua, naik bis berdua, naik tube berdua, kemana, ngobrol sepanjang jalan. It's very important. Jadi ini skill komunikasi yang memang harus dilatih. Nggak bisa dengan muncul tiba-tiba, apalagi dua-duanya introvert. Apalagi dua-duanya memang tidak mudah untuk akrab gitu. Itu harus dilatih. Kemudian tadi yang saya sebutkan adalah memahami perbedaan laki-laki dan perempuan. Lalu memahami perbedaan latar belakang. Gitu ya. Mungkin setiap tahun bahkan kita perlu evaluasi satu sama lain. Apa yang diharapkan, apa yang sudah baik, apa yang perlu diapresiasi dan lain sebagainya. Di antara pasangan. Ini membuat kita punya kemauan untuk bertumbuh bersama. untuk menua bersama gitu ya. Jadi kompak dalam berbagai macam urusan itu ketika kita sudah seperti sahabat dengan pasangan kita. Jadi ada cerita lucu, ada seorang ustadz di Jogja. Istrinya seorang ustadzah juga mengatakan, "Pak, anak-anak kita sebentar lagi menikah. Lalu sebentar lagi kita akan punya cucu. Maka sebentar lagi Pak, kamu akan tidur sama nenek-nenek loh Pak," kata istrinya. Lalu suaminya berkata, "Kalau begitu Bu, besok kamu kuliah lagi ya Bu." "Loh kenapa memangnya kok kuliah lagi, wong sudah tua kok?" Kata suaminya, "Biar aku tidurnya sama mahasiswi." Jadi itu kan menunjukkan sebuah kondisi yang sudah sangat asyik di antara keduanya. Menjadi sahabat, bercanda bersama. Tetapi yang dibicarakan adalah hal yang menguatkan hubungan, mengokohkan. Jadi ilmu setelah iman itu ilmu. Ilmu komunikasi, ilmu memahami, ya tentu termasuk nanti ilmu untuk parenting, untuk membesarkan anak-anaknya, bagaimana menjadi ayah yang baik, bagaimana menjadi ibu yang baik, dan skill-skill yang lain mengikuti. Saya kira itu yang mendasar.
Jazakallah for the answer, Ustaz. So
Iya, berita jeleknya MU kalah ya. Sedih sekali. Okay, next.
So iman is about commitment, and a crucial key to maintain it is good communication. So to understand the difference of men and women, the difference of culture, for example, to give space for men to get away, to give space for women to tell her story. And it is not about how fancy or how expensive it is about the moment. All right, hopefully we can still extend this talk for 10 more minutes, Ustaz?
Yes.
Boleh ya? Yeah. So,
up to you.
Yes, we have 2 last questions.
Yeah.
I will try to combine it somehow. So it is still about communication.
Okay.
The first question is on gimana caranya. Wait a minute. Yeah. Bagaimana cara mencintai partner in long distance marriage? How to love and how to communicate things with your partner in long distance marriage. And the second one is how to communicate to a girl before marriage.
Okay.
What are the boundaries?
Yes. Number 1, how many of you are long distance couple? Okay. Jadi dalam LDR, pernikahan LDR yang terjadi secara umum begini. Pertama, jangan merasa nyaman dengan kesendirian. Jadi istri itu tetap harus bermanja sesekali. Aku mau telepon dong, mau curhat. Itu penting. Jadi menjaga kualitas hubungan dan membuat kita tetap merasakan kebutuhan untuk selalu memiliki pasangan. Jangan sampai kita merasa nyaman, Allah sendiri juga bisa. Allah dia nggak nelpon juga nggak apa-apa. Allah curhat juga bisa sama yang lain, jangan. Jadi jadikan pasangan kita tetap merasa penting di dalam hidup kita, satu sama lain. Ini yang pertama. Yang kedua, secara fikih, sebenarnya ya ini, secara fikih jika memungkinkan, perpisahan LDR itu kalau bisa, itu tidak lebih dari 4 bulan. Kalau bisa. Dalilnya dari mana? Sayyidina Umar bin Khattab memerintahkan agar pergiliran pasukan jihad pada masa beliau itu tidak lebih dari 4 bulan supaya mereka bisa pulang untuk menemui istri-istrinya. Jadi beliau bertanya kepada ibunda kita Hafsah, Berapa lama seorang perempuan itu tahan ditinggal oleh suaminya untuk perjalanan panjang? Kata ibunda kita Hafsah 2 bulan atau 3 bulan, paling lama 4 bulan. Nah jadi kalau masih bisa mengupayakan 4 bulan sekali ketemu, itu bagus. Kang Abik itu ketika mengawali kuliahnya S3 di Jerman, gimana tetap bisa menjaga fikih ini supaya 4 bulan sekali bisa ketemu. Nah, karena tiket dari Jerman ke Indonesia maupun dari Indonesia ke Jerman itu sama-sama mahal, maka dicarilah tiket yang murah untuk bisa ketemu di tengah-tengah, dan ketemunya di Turki. Karena tiket Indonesia-Turki PP ditambah tiket Jerman-Turki PP lebih murah daripada tiket Indonesia-Jerman PP atau tiket Jerman-Indonesia PP. Nah, ketemulah solusinya, ketemu di Turki. Waktu itu. Jadi ya ketemu tiket promo untuk ke Turki. Jadi istrinya terbang dari Indonesia ke Turki, suaminya terbang dari Jerman ke Turki, ketemu di Turki bulan madu kedua gitu. Jadi ya begitu. Untuk menjaga tadi, tentu kalau mampu, artinya wah nggak bisa Ustaz kalau begitu beasiswa nggak akan cukup gitu ya. Nggak ada penghasilan tambahan lain untuk bisa mengupayakan hal semacam itu misalnya. Oke, nggak apa-apa. Ini hanya pendapat fikih yang sangat baik kalau bisa dipenuhi bagi yang mampu. Kalau tidak mampu itu sudah beda lagi. Tapi tadi, yang ketiga berarti bagaimana menjaga komunikasi. Menjaga komunikasi itu penting. Selalu mengabari itu penting. Saya itu kalau bepergian, maka ada 2 yang selalu saya kabari. Waktu mau boarding, ketika sudah landing, sekarang sedang ngapain, ada di mana, menuju kemana, dan lain sebagainya. Itu kalau bisa saya mengabari 2 orang. 1 ibu saya, yang kedua istri saya. Karena dengan begitu mereka merasa mereka adalah bagian tak terpisahkan dari hidup saya. Mereka merasa dilibatkan dalam setiap hal di hidup saya. Tahu posisi saya di mana, kabar saya seperti apa. Jadi kalau take off, ngabari, sebelum take off ngabari, nanti landing kok nggak segera ngabari, kan khawatir jadinya gitu ya. Nah itu sangat penting untuk kita jaga. Sebenarnya sederhana, tapi itu penting. Ibu kita tuh seneng loh, cuma dikabari bahwa kita landing dengan selamat. Ya, istri kita tuh seneng, hanya dikabari kita ini sudah berangkat gitu ya, dan lain sebagainya. Kalau perlu selfie dikirim. Ya, itu sesuatu yang berharga bagi mereka. Itu ya. Yang berikutnya tentu terus ya membahas keputusan-keputusan penting, keputusan-keputusan strategis itu ya dengan pasangan dalam hidup kita. Pilihan-pilihan yang kita hadapi, ya apa-apa yang kemudian kita harus sharing. Usahakan partner utama sharing dalam segala sesuatu adalah istri. Ya, itu atau suami. Yang berikutnya, bagaimana berkomunikasi dengan wanita bukan mahram yang tentu kita niatkan untuk menuju ke pernikahan. Komunikasi terbaik tentu adalah melalui walinya atau melalui perantara. Bagaimana dengan direct communication asalkan aman, artinya kita tahu batasnya mana komunikasi yang boleh dan tidak boleh. Ya, tentu akan menjadi masalah kalau sudah sampai terlalu akrabnya, terlalu mesranya yang bisa kemudian menimbulkan perasaan-perasaan yang kemana-mana, ya, itu tentu harus dicegah. Tapi kalau sekedar say hello, mendoakan, tentu no problem. Yang terpenting komunikasi itu ma'ruf dalam perkara-perkara yang baik. Nah, di luar itu pembicaraan-pembicaraan yang lebih serius memang sangat baik jika melibatkan yang lebih senior. Bisa orang tua dia atau kakak dia atau kemudian mungkin teman dia yang sudah menikah, yang akrab, yang dipercaya oleh masing-masing pihak. Saya kira begitu.
Alright, so To recap the answer, so how to maintain your love in long distance marriage? First, we need to involve our beloved ones to our daily activities, to our mundane daily activities, even if we don't really find the necessity. Somebody say, fake it till you feel it. So yeah, we can fake, in some part we can fake it until we feel the love again. And another point is to try to have a periodical meetup. For example, once in every 4 months. This is based on how the Muslimin limit their jihad up to 4 months. And on the question of how to communicate with a potential partner, especially a girl, before marriage, that is, we can communicate it either directly or indirectly. Indirectly is preferable. We can find her parents or her mentor, or maybe just someone to bridge the connection between us. Or we can communicate directly as long as we are staying in the boundary of Sharia, inshallah. All right, so I guess okay, wait a minute. Let's see. We are now at 5:11, and we will have our azan in. Okay, so we follow East London Mosque, so the azan for Asr will be at tahu jam berapa ya asar? Okay, I guess we can fill it up with one very quick question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ustadz, singkat saja menyambung pernyataan Ustadz tadi yang kalau kita berkomunikasi dengan calon pasangan yang belum jadi mahramnya kita, itu kan harus ada perantaranya, misalnya orang tua atau keluarga. Nah, pertanyaan saya, bagaimana sih caranya kita mengetahui karakter orang yang mau kita nikahi itu? Kan kalau kita cuman dari perantara itu kan terbatas ya, yang akan kita obrolkan gitu, maksudnya yang ditanyakan segala macam. Karena to be honest kayak banyak banget kasus yang mohon maaf ya, maksudnya ada sekitar saya juga yang ternyata taruh setelah menikah suaminya abusive, ternyata bercerai di tengah jalan, ternyata bla bla, karena kurangnya mereka mengenal lebih dalam karakter pasangan yang akan mereka nikahi itu. Nah, bagaimana caranya? Jadi saya sebagai perempuan agak takut juga.
Pasti ya. Iya.
Terima kasih Ustadz.
Iya. Karena sekarang lagi di Indonesia marak yang cantik aja diselingkuhin gitu kan. Tenang. Yang pertama, tentu Rasulullah SAW itu menganjurkan dan mengajarkan kepada kita mempertimbangkan calon kita itu fadfar bidzatid din taribat yadak, kata beliau. Pilihlah orang yang memiliki agama, maka engkau akan beruntung. Dalam hadis lain, seorang yang kamu ridhoi agama dan akhlaknya. Saya sering ditanya, Ustaz, ngukurnya gimana agama itu? Apakah ilmu, pengetahuan, atau pengamalan? Semua, saya bilang. Terus memeriksanya satu. Ini mungkin konteks Indonesia ya, ketika itu saya menjawab pertanyaan Indonesia. Periksa hubungannya dengan Allah. 2, periksa hubungan dengan orang tua, khususnya ibunya. 3, periksa siapa teman-teman dan bagaimana hubungan di antara mereka. 4, periksa bagaimana relasinya dengan anak-anak kecil. Itu untuk menerjemahkan apa makna pilih berdasar agama dan akhlak. 1, hubungannya dengan Allah. Gimana ngukur hubungan dengan Allah gitu. Kalau di Indonesia saya biasanya menganjurkan ukhti-ukhti yang lagi dideketin sama akhi-akhi, ikhwan-ikhwan itu untuk bawa foto profilnya si ikhwan ke masjid terdekat dekat rumahnya. Tanya sama marbot di situ, Pak ini kalau subuh kelihatan apa enggak gitu. Itu untuk melihat hubungannya dengan Allah. Kalau kata marbotnya bukan cuma kelihatan Mbak, sering rebut tugas saya itu tugas adzan malah dia yang adzan. Nah, kalau begitu itu harus dicontreng masuk gitu kan. Oke. Contoh cara lain tentu yang biasanya sangat mendasar memang soal menjaga sholat. Nah itu kita bisa dapat info tentang bagaimana dia dalam soal menjaga sholat dari mungkin orang sekitarnya barangkali. Yang kedua hubungannya dengan orang tua. Kenapa tadi soal Allah saya sering mengatakan kalau Allah saja dikhianati jangan berharap dia setia sama kamu gitu. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua orang tua. Karena kalau tidak bisa hormat sama orang tua bagaimana dia akan hormat sama kamu. Hormat sama orang tua khususnya ibu. Makanya saya sering menasihati teman-teman akhwat yang tadi lagi dideketin, coba kamu datang ke dekat rumahnya, tanya sama tetangga sebelahnya. Bu pernah lihat nggak mas ini bentak ibunya? Nah, kalau ternyata tetangganya jawab, wah nggak pernah mbak, masnya itu tuh kalau mau berangkat kerja dia salim cium tangan ibunya yang lagi nyapu halaman, terus sama ibunya kepalanya dielus-elus didoakan, kemudian dikecup ubun-ubunnya, terus masnya itu dada-dada sambil pergi berangkat kerja, jadi dia jalannya itu mundur sampai ke pagar gitu. Karena dada-dada sama ibunya terus baru berangkat. Nah kalau yang seperti itu harus dicontreng, masuk gitu ya. Itu contoh ya, tentu kita juga bisa mungkin mendengar dari orang yang kenal keluarga itu, bisa juga dari kakaknya atau adiknya, atau tanya sendiri kepada dia sih, menurut saya juga nggak apa-apa, cuman kan tanya kepada pelaku itu tidak selalu jawabannya objektif gitu kan. Itu yang kedua. Yang ketiga adalah hubungannya dengan teman-temannya. Karena Nabi SAW mengatakan almar'u ala dini khalilihi. Orang itu sesuai dengan agama temannya. Siapa sih yang paling akrab sama dia? Seperti apa sih karakternya? Seperti apa sih wataknya? Seperti apa sih kualitas pribadinya? Yang paling akrab itulah yang menggambarkan siapa dia. Yang berikutnya adalah hubungannya dengan temannya itu juga perlu dikulik. Dia itu kalau janji ditepati atau molor-molor. Dia itu kalau ngomong jujur apa sering bohong. Kan orang sering bohong itu gampang lah diketahui. Manipulatif atau enggak itu kita bisa tahu dari orang-orang di sekitarnya. Kasar atau enggak, ya abusive tadi atau enggak sama teman-temannya. Itu sudah kelihatan. Biasanya sama teman itu kan enggak berpura-pura. Nah, sama teman itu dia nggak bisa berpura-pura. Tapi kalau sama kita langsung, karena dia punya kepentingan untuk memikat kita, kadang-kadang dia berpura-pura. Itu masalahnya. Jadi kalau interaksi langsung dengan kita, kadang-kadang kan dia sedang beriklan. Jadi dia hanya menampilkan yang baik-baik. Tapi kalau sama temennya itu dia sudah nggak berpura-pura. Temennya tahu dia gimana orangnya. Nah itu kita bisa kulik informasinya. Yang terakhir, yang keempat itu hubungannya sama anak kecil. Ini sih bonus, tapi sangat baik kalau Anda bisa dapatkan seorang yang bisa akrab sama anak kecil, nyambung, menghargai anak kecil. Kalau misalnya ketemu anak kecil, kalau salim ngobrol dia jongkok sehingga posisinya kepala sama kepala ketemu sama anak kecil, kemudian dia bisa memperlakukan anak kecil dengan baik. Nah, ini guru-guru TPA, TPQ cocok ini. Kenapa? Karena Anda tidak hanya sedang memilih seorang suami untuk Anda, tapi seorang bapak untuk anak-anak Anda. Anda bisa memilih siapa yang mau jadi suami Anda. Anak-anak kita kan nggak bisa milih dari bapak ibu seperti apa dia akan lahir. Nah itu sangat penting untuk memperhatikan kepentingan anak-anak kita dalam hal ini. Bapak seperti apa, ibu seperti apa yang mereka perlukan. Itu ya. Jadi saya kira itu. Saya tidak pernah melarang interaksi langsung, oke, no problem, asalkan ma'ruf tadi, mengenal langsung, asalkan tadi kita perlu bisa membedakan antara seseorang yang tampil apa adanya dengan seseorang yang mungkin akan berpura-pura karena dia punya kepentingan untuk tadi mendekat dan memikat kita, contoh itu. Tapi kalau info-info dari yang tadi saya sebutkan, mudah-mudahan itu bisa menggambarkan secara objektif. Gitu Mbak ya, terima kasih.
Alright, so doing ta'aruf can be tricky because we can't really know what is inside someone. But a quick overview of a man's level of religion and upbringing can be seen through first his relationship with Salah, with 5 daily prayer. Second, his relationship with his parents. Third, his relationship with his friends. This is because a man's religion is reflected upon his friend's religion. And last one, his relationship with children. Jazakallah. So, as our last question is already answered, we are approaching the end of our event. Let me try to summarize what we've got so far from the beginning to the end of the session in, I guess, 2-minute summary, and then we can have a praying together, led by Ustaz Salim, and then we will have a photo session together, and hopefully we can end our event right with the start of the Asar time. So, yeah, a note on love. So I will start with a song. So this is a popular song in Spotify. Baby, oops.
Oh ya, sudah ada, sir.
Okay, so this is not the correct azan time because we will follow the azan of Islam Mosque, which is about 10 minutes from now.
Allah.
أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر
Berangkat sekarang sih. Oh yang tulus. Oh ya. Berarti saya nanti langsung ke hotel. Oke, siap. Nonton tulus dia.
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة آت سيدنا محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة والشرف والدرجة العالية الرفيعة وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته إنك لا تخلف الميعاد. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang telah mensyariatkan seruan azan dan sembahyang yang akan didirikan, kurniakanlah kepada Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam kedudukan yang tinggi dan terpuji yang telah Engkau janjikan. Sesungguhnya Engkau tidak memungkiri janji.
Ada yang mau nonton Tulus? Siapa tahu.
Okay, so we will go straight to the dua.
Okay. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin hamdan na'imin hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina wa habibina wa syafi'ina wa maulana Muhammad ibni Abdullah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa mawalah wardallahumma an sadatina Abi Bakrin wa Umar wa Utsman Ali wa an kulli sahabati Rasulillah ajma'in warda'ana ma'ahum bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma ighfir lil mu'minin wal mu'minat wal muslimin wal muslimat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wati ya qadiyal hajat. Rabbana ighfir lana wa li ikhwanina alladhina sabaquna bil iman wa la taj'al fi qulubina ghillan lil ladzina amanu rabbana innaka ra'ufur rahim. Rabbana ighfir lana wa li walidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara. Rabbana hab lana minas salihin. Rabbana hab lana minas salihin. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilna jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Subhana rabbina rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Before we start our prayer, let's have a quick photo session together. So for the men, yeah, I guess everybody could gather up and prepare the position. Yang laki-laki bisa baris di depan dalam posisi jongkok, kemudian yang perempuan bisa mengisi di belakangnya. Oke, ya backgroundnya adalah Indonesian Islamic Center. Oke, this we can move it there, if we can.
Sementara pada berbaris, saya ke toilet sebentar.
Oh ya, ya baik Ustaz. Iya, pilihnya dulu.